205 Main Street, Hardyville, South Carolina, 29927, Wednesday, August 28th at 10 a.m. This is a workshop. The rules of order will be relaxed.
Yes, John.
And like clockwork, Mr. Carroll has joined us. I'm going to set my clock to my watch. Not a problem. We're just calling to order. Yes, it is. This is your order. I'll just remind everybody, this is a workshop. Rules of order are relaxed. Just go, everybody can speak at will. Just be kind and let the previous speaker finish their thoughts before you come forward. Not on the agenda, but what came up before we get started, there was an application at the last planning meeting that would normally be scheduled for the first reading on September 5th, right, Nazar? As per the council's request and policy, that if a subject's coming up that will perhaps require some thought before first reading, that might have some controversial issues to it, some depth, that we would have a workshop before first reading. I believe that South Point was controversial at the time and is still controversial, if in no one else's mind but mine. So I think that I'm suggesting to council that we have a workshop before we have a first reading on that. It is an infrastructure thing. It does affect John Smith Road and 278. So I think a workshop prior to having to make a decision would be helpful, and according to the request of council to do that. So, having said that, I just open it up to discussion and to come up with a date. We do have some legal requirements to go to first reading within a certain amount of time. So, because I will not be here for the July 19th meeting, September 19th meeting, as I announced at the last council meeting, we need to decide, A, do we want a workshop? B, when do we want it? And C, do we want to change that 19th meeting to the 18th or 17th of that week? I would ask the council, because of the discussion of that development, that agenda item not be on the meeting of the 19th, or to change that meeting so I can be in attendance. Okay, so having said that, is there any, item number one, is there any objection to the fact that we should have a workshop on that item?
No, sir.
Anyone?
On the South Point?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to have a workshop on that one.
So if there's no objection to a workshop, Matt, do you have a suggested from staff when you're
Yes, sir.
available?
Yes, we would suggest we hold it at 4 p.m. next Thursday, just prior to your regular meeting. It would not be on for first reading, it would simply be the workshop, and then you would consider it, at another date, but we would ask for the workshop.
And would it be that single item?
It would be a single item, yes, sir.
Okay, so council, is there at this point any need for executive session?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay, so the agenda that comes out Friday will not have an executive session. So if we went at 4 o'clock, we could go into the regular meeting at 5.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Council, any thoughts on that?
I think that's fine. You had mentioned that you will not be here for the 19th meeting.
This is something, that project, although this is just an infrastructure, is something that I was vehemently opposed to, and still am. And so I think that it's important, because we do have a new council, that all the pros and cons be properly vetted and brought out. So I think it would be important that I be there.
Out of respect for the office, I have no objection to moving the meeting to the 26th, if that would work.
How about the 17th or 18th? Anybody? have any-
17th or 18th is fine.
Those all work for me, 17th, 18th. John?
Doesn't matter.
Well,
I'm good.
any preference to Tuesday or Wednesday? The 17th or 18th?
I think I prefer Wednesday myself personally, but Tuesday's okay.
Tuesday, Wednesday,
Okay.
I'll make it
John?
work.
Doesn't matter. When?
All right, so so Matt will have a workshop on the 5th, move the 19th to the 18th. At 5 o'clock or 4 if it's an executive session.
And you'll have to vote on that at next week's meeting to change that meeting date.
Yes,
But
yes, that'll be
Yeah,
on the
we'll
agenda.
put that on there, yes, sir.
That'll be on the agenda. And adding the workshop, we can do that by just
Yes.
without a vote. Okay. All right, so that's the plan.
Great, thank you.
Now, I'm going to turn it off to agenda item number 1 and turn it over to you.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for coming this morning. We do have a pretty lengthy workshop agenda. There's a lot of things that we need to discuss with you, and we need to get direction from council on. So we I'm anticipating breaking this up. The first item obviously is how we're going to distribute some of the school DA fees that we've collected over the years. And then the next 4 items will all be Ms. McMahon talking about various improvements to city-owned structures or new structures, new facilities. And we would propose that we could hopefully get through them by about 11:30, 11:45 or so, then we'll break for lunch. And then we'll come back after lunch and we'll talk about the last 2 things, the 278 corridor study, and then John, specifically then improvements in an MOU for 278 John Smith Road intersection. And I do think that discussion later today will help inform your workshop next week too. So I think it's really good timing that we're doing this, and then you'll have that workshop as well. I think that'll be helpful for everybody, really.
Matt, if I could suggest, Bo's leaving at noon.
Yeah.
So whatever, if you feel there's something in the afternoon session that is important to have.
I think we need more of the consensus or direction on the first item, so I think if we stick to the agenda, we'd be good. Yes, sir.
Got to check in with my parole officer.
That ankle bracelet.
Where's your ankle bracelet?
He cut it off, that's why the problem.
Oh.
So if you have nothing for me, I'll turn it over to Mr. Parsons and he can get started.
Neil, take it away.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. As you all recall, it was about a month ago that we passed a resolution to be able to use the school funds that was collected through the development fees that we collect on our various projects and stuff ongoing. What you have in front of you, it's a lengthy packet that I printed out so you all can take it home, different things of that sort. I think we left that meeting basically saying that we was going to establish the process, get that going. We've had that process kind of started, I mean, at least available since about the first part of August. I think I had indicated I'd have it done in a couple weeks, and that was no problem. But we did want to take the time to bring it to the workshop before we put it out live, in case you all do have any questions or comments on this as we move forward. So what you've got in your packet, you've got the presentation that we're going to show. You also have the guidelines and stuff for the release of the school funds through a grant type process. You have how that's going to be kind of scored, ranked, and you have a form that kind of indicates how the process moves forward. So if you all want to take that home, if you have any questions, that's fine. We can make any changes and stuff as needed as we put this out live. So the overview for this, I mean, the city wants to support its local educational programs. So this includes schools, college, universities, nonprofits, and technical centers to promote improvements in education and workforce training to meet the ongoing challenges of the city and regional's continuous growth and development. The city is making available an annual competitive grant, capital contributions, and sponsorship program by utilizing the city's collection negotiated development fees to advance the educational projects and programs that support the city's established goals and priorities. City Council will prioritize annual goals and priorities associated with education advancement and promotion of workforce training during the budget process. The Hardyville Community Transformation Foundation will administer this program. So the type of funds, we're going to have an annual competitive grants or contributions that enhance education and promotes workforce training. Then we'll have routine sponsorships, awards for public, private, and charter schools that service the city of Hardyville, regional colleges and universities located in Jasper and Beaufort County, and regional nonprofits providing educational and workforce programs for the city. So the eligible participants for this is you basically have the public, private, charter schools that services the city of Hardyville. You have regional colleges and universities located in Jasper and Beaufort County. You have regional nonprofits providing educational and workforce programs and workforce training centers. So the purpose of the grants and contributions, basically we broke this down in categories. So the application would consist of you applying either to enhance educational quality, expand access to education, promote workforce readiness, encourage collaboration, support research and development, minor capital improvements, and new construction. New construction is only prioritized projects approved by city council are applicable. So this is in the essence, and we've got it set up as if it's a college or university that promotes regional educational or workforce training, that we can go above the amounts and stuff. We'll talk about that here in a second, that the rest of them wouldn't qualify for. So the sponsorship requests, so we have sponsorships periodically from various schools to support, whether it's a golf outing, whether it's a dinner, something to raise money of that sort. We have moved all sponsorships over to the foundation. And so this just gives us another avenue that we can help fund some of those sponsorships from. And as we move forward and stuff, the Transformation Foundation would make those kind of commitments and stuff throughout the year, and any kind of priorities and stuff that you all bring forth to that foundation, we'll take it in consideration as we make those sponsorship requests. Yes, sir.
Question, the new construction, so let's say TCL's new workforce training center.
That would qualify, and and we have all that indicated when we see a little bit on the next slide or so. All that is indicated on the guidelines itself. So basically, it has to be a program, a college or university that also has a capital campaign, fundraising campaign ongoing for construction. That's the only way that those type of projects can come to us. So we talked about TCL. We talked about something USCB might have coming forward in the future. So that would be the two type of projects those would hit. And right now, currently, and we can make that change if you want to, but right now it's only impacting college and universities for new construction. The other parts of it falls under the minor capital improvements.
But that, I guess my question, clarification would be, because it's new construction falling under that category, the council, it would come to the council and the council could raise the amount of money that, higher than the other category.
We hope, Mayor, that this is actually kind of talked about during the budget process. And if there's an incident that occurs after the budget process, yes, then it would be brought back to council and council make that decision. But if it's pre-prioritized through the budget process and the council says we want to dedicate X amount of dollar to this program we know is coming up, then that's what we would make happen for that.
But the new construction would come from the development fees,
That is correct. So
not the budget.
that is correct. All we're talking about here is utilizing school fees that's coming from the development fees in order to fund all these type of projects. So.
All right, thank you.
So the total fund is available. So for instance, if you're an applicant and you come in and you say you want to enhance education quality, they're allowed to apply for one application per year and be funded for it. If they don't get funded for it, I mean, if they can only submit one for each category. Say it's Rural Live Oaks. They come in, they say, we have an enhanced education quality project, and we're going to fund that up to $10,000, but that's a competitive program. So all these will be available all at the same time. And as the money and stuff that we have, we'll go through those and score those projects and award and stuff accordingly based on these type of criteria. But for instance, it could be a minor capital improvements. Well, that's up to 25,000 because we know capital improvements and stuff costs a little bit more than some of just the educational, as far as the day-to-day operation, different things of that sort that might happen. Then here we talked about new construction, amount to be determined, prioritized, city council, and it could be $150,000. But that's something that's prioritized by council prior to moving into this process, and we know that amount going into that. So, or if not, we come back to you for approval. Sponsorship request, we also put in there up to $10,000 as well. This would be for any one entity for a calendar year. I know some of the outings and stuff cost $3,000, $4,000 on sponsorship. Some of the dinners and stuff cost X amount of dollar. So if whatever we award them, they'll have up to $10,000 from us to seek out sponsorships throughout that year. That's for any of the schools or whatever that come to us.
Neil,
Yes, sir.
the sponsorship, I'm a little uneasy with the $10,000. Sponsorship request, we could easily be overwhelmed with those. That was the basis for the foundation to begin with. I'm just saying, I'm just not real comfortable with the $10,000. I think that's opening a door. I would be much more comfortable with $5,000.
Okay. Up to the rest of the group.
I think it's a good point. I mean, I know we do Habitat, we do JARM, we do a number of golf tournaments, the Chamber of Commerce. But even the Chamber, to Steve's point, I think we're like a sponsor, and that's like $5,000 a year.
And the reason we've got this out like this, and we got the other sponsorships covered, and this still follows Councilman Mearsman the same way. It still goes into the foundation, but this is only for a school or nonprofit that's offering a school or nonprofit for educational workforce training.
Okay.
So Habitat for Humanity's out, Chamber's out. I mean,
They're separate categories.
they're separate categories, and these are still coming from those development fees. That it's not coming from anything from general government.
So I think Steve's point is a valid one. 5,000 seems more reasonable.
With X amount of dollars that we would have available, at $5,000, we may be able to handle more requests with this, and understanding that it's only for the categories that may be in there. I'm just uncomfortable with $10,000 being awarded. I would rather see the money spread among many than a few. Just my viewing with that.
And that's fine. And we have the ability also inside the guidelines, we have the ability to reject any type of sponsorship that we feel like it's not necessary sponsorship either. So I mean, I'm okay changing the amount. It's up to you all. How do we adjust that?
Yeah, I am.
So,
The council
Okay.
is okay with 5,000.
okay. And the amounts for the rest of it's okay. So the rest of the grant project for up to $10,000 is okay. Capital improvements, minor capital improvements, 25,000, okay?
Neil,
Yes, sir.
question. Would our own workforce training program qualify to apply?
So as part of the program, our own workforce training program would not apply for it, but it would be over top of the funds. We will still utilize the funds to help support our workforce training program, and to the point that we see that we're not supporting it any longer, but that would be on top of the monies that we see here that would be available to the public. So we wouldn't actually make them go through the grant process to be awarded. But they are workforce training, and we would consider that on top of what we got here. So,
Okay.
I have a question.
yes, ma'am.
Yesterday we read Soloco, we were talking about childcare scarcity. Is there any way, or there's an organization that we could maybe direct some funds to help with that?
It's a good point,
Yes.
but perhaps, and again, as you go future down the road, if through Soloco or any other organization, like the Southern Carolina Alliance, we had a board meeting after that, and they're also starting up a child care initiative. So perhaps in the future, if, let's say, Royal Live Oaks added a
Pre-K,
wing for
yeah.
childcare or pre-K, then maybe there's a way to coordinate this in the future with a childcare facility that maybe a school now could add on, knowing that we're willing to help them get that going. So it's a good point. It's a good
South
idea.
Carolina does not require kindergarten.
Right.
So our children are at a disadvantage going in. To have this type available for Royal Live Oaks or some organization that meets the qualifications, I think we should include them in this, as these DA fees are paid by everybody. You know, it's not,
The childcare issue that we talked about at Soloco and what Southern Carolina Alliance is talking about is, are creating a bigger inventory of actual childcare. So if attached to a school, there'd be young mothers that need childcare in order to continue their role as a teacher. So they could come, teach, and leave their child there. And then within that facility, there's that educational element that you want to add to, even though it's a childcare center, you're also given that pre-K education. And that's kind of like what we were talking about yesterday and what Representative Shannon Erickson.
our teachers are a vital part of our workforce. We have to remember that and include them in this. Thank you.
So that's a good point. Perhaps, we can, talk to schools as we get that program.
And we also have it, I mean, we have language in the guidelines that's set up vague enough that if it's a school, pre-K is considered a school, would fit underneath the guidelines. So, I mean, that would be okay. Now, the difference would be if it's pre-K school or versus childcare. So that's the difference in language is not there yet. But, I mean, we could do pre-K and still qualify under the guidelines we currently have in place.
I guess you'd have to work out,
We have to tweak some things. So.
because childcare and pre-K can be one element.
And sometimes it's called a school, sometimes it's called daycare center.
If it's
So
attached to a school,
then it's not a problem, so.
it can be both.
Kind of like a Head Start program. Right?
Head Start is considered a school, so Head Start's considered a school. And we also have certain specifications under the DA agreements that say that you can only use these for certain things. So we're trying to fit that in there as much as possible. Now, any of those DA agreements doesn't necessarily say anything about childcare, they say schools. So we have to be careful with how we word the language here, so.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Once we get the grant, a year later, how do you evaluate if the grant that was given, the money that was given was spent the way it was supposed to, and what was the outcome? Not being a cop on it, but just to find, what the difference that grant made or what the outcome was.
And I'll show you the application here shortly, but no, that's fine. That's a good question. I mean, what we do, and we do this for the discretionary grants and all the other grants that we have awarded through ARPA or anything of that sort. We set up the application process that we gain a lot of information from the front. Then we have reports of stuff that are due at the back end of it that we go back and kind of evaluate against what they submitted the application for. And at any point that if they went away from that, it's obligated in there that if they don't use the funds or funds in a different manner, that they would re-owe those funds back to the foundation. So we have checks and balances in there to make sure that the quality and stuff continues moving forward with each of our projects, programs.
Thank you.
So basically, we're looking at the time periods. The grant would only be open once a year. So we actually could fall in this category this year. We'll have this available online with whatever minor changes that you all make probably by early next week. So everything will be ready. The application, as we show you soon, it's a pretty fast process. It also, it allows you to include all your attachments, stuff that I've asked for. Everything's online. It's a smooth process. A lot of the people that we utilize for the discretionary grants or the ARPA grants, the various nonprofits have said our process by far is smooth, and it's it requires a lot of information, but it's easy to work through. So that's a good thing. As we see here, to talk about the time periods, September 30th each year, capital contributions for new construction. That would basically be a July 1st to December 31st of each year. So that's after the budget comes in place. That first 6 months of the budget season, we have the ability to fund, and we only indicated that we would fund one of these per year. So that's of the higher amount. For instance, if that's a TCL one at $150,000, if we fund that 1 year, that's the only one for that year we would fund. Move on to the next year for another applicant or whatever that sort. So, sponsorship request consideration, sponsorship requests, the considered requests that are submitted as they are submitted. All requests must be submitted as part of the online application as well. So, So here's the process. At the workshop, information will be pushed out to the eligible applicants. Direct contact will be made with the schools, colleges, universities, and nonprofit organizations. All information will be published on the city's website, including the application, guidelines, review, and award process, and scoring criteria. Online process applications and attachments must be submitted electronically. Here's the application. I'll show you in a second what that looks like. It's a competitive process. Applications will be scored by a scoring committee. Award amounts will be calculated based on the composite score average from the scoring committee. Recommendations made to the foundation board. Foundation board will vote on proposed recommendations and approve award amounts. Paper checks will be issued within 45 days to submit. So pretty good, pretty quick turnaround. And the process and stuff allows it. So if they ask for $10,000 and all of a sudden it gets scored, and based on the scoring committee, it shows that 70% on the application score, they'd only get $7,000 because based on we want to hold them applicable and stuff for the application that they submit, and responsible to make sure they get us all the information that they have a quality application coming in. So the amounts of stuff, if they ask for one amount, it could be adjusted down based on how that scored is. Could be $6,000, could be $9,900, whatever that. So we have flexibility there based on the score.
On the previous page, Neil, you had the sponsorship consideration. A thought came to my mind. Is it possible within the scope of the DA fees to create a scholarship fund? And here's what I'm thinking. Every year, we work with a group of young students from the area. And could we set up a scholarship fund? We could talk about, a criteria and award a scholarship, even if it's $500 or $1,000 to kids from the youth council. Does that make any sense?
I like that idea on the sponsorship. And I have to say, my problem with the sponsorship was before is these fees were collected for school and continuing education use. To use that money for a sponsorship for a golf tournament or things like that sticks in my throat. This money wasn't collected for that. I would much rather see those funds go back into scholarships for the students that are here than to go, and I love golf, don't get me wrong, but I just don't see the validity of using the money for a golf tournament and how that can directly relate to what we're trying to accomplish with this.
The only thing with it,
Separate, right, Neil?
and the only thing happens there is that we're maximizing the amount of dollars used. Those golf tournaments or those are fundraising events utilized by the school to better the school or whatever program that we get hit with. We know that. So the aftermath is that we put in $10,000, but all of a sudden they raise $400,000 for that cause.
Right.
We put a small amount into that. So we have to look at the purposes. That's the reason why we put in there that we have the ability to reject anything that we see that if the cause is not worthy, we can say no. That's we can't fund it this year. So there's a lot of limits and stuff that we have already in place. I understand your concern. I understand that we want to support the education, but the aftermath of what the programs that we were sponsoring, if it's supporting the education, then it should be good to move forward.
Can we include then the scholarship into this program?
Yeah.
Just taking a quick poll, it looks like we're all in favor. If we could, because that's certainly, and we'd have to set up the criteria, like, I have kids who come one meeting that, we need to set up the criteria, you have to come a certain percentage of whatever.
Question is, do we want to set that up and move it forward with this year, or we want to get that in place by next year budget cycle?
Well, I've just started this week contacting the principals, so it'll be, the first meeting will be the latter part of September. So if we have time to do it this year and the council's okay with it, I'd say let's put it in place this year.
And what we could do, instead of putting it under sponsorship request, we turn it back at one of the areas as far as we promote workforce readiness, and that could be a criteria under workforce readiness that we're going to fund X amount of
You could say,
students. So,
okay, if you're going into certain categories.
yeah, so it may be open enough right now that we can have that built into that underneath that category, and just say that this is part of that. So
Yes. That works.
All right, so if you could, it seems like the council would love to
That's fine.
set that up.
So that's all I've got here. Jessica was just going to briefly show you the next few pages. The PDF here, I'm not going to read all that. She's just going to kind of scroll through that. You all have this. This talks about all the guidelines and stuff that's in place. It gives us the flexibility, but also the control. And it kind of, you can go on through it, Jessica. Just scroll through it. So basically, a lot of this stuff I just touched on through the PowerPoint, but it kind of outlines the stuff as far as the overall guidelines. So once you get to the bottom of this page, I think we get to the next section of the PDF. It has the contact information, the award process. This talks about the how the scoring and stuff will take place. So that's in there. How each of these are scored, the weight, how you basically get weak or good or strong type of. And it's, you'll have 3 scores that be individually picked. That's not associated with the foundation. More than likely, our city employees that look at this that have really they have educational background or professionalism, but they don't have really a intent of what we're doing. So it's somebody separate just doing a blind review of these applications. So.
And, when are these applications going on? One of the reasons I'm asking, I am having lunch with Dr. Goff next week. Will
Beyond,
information be public in the?
it would be public by next week, and I was going to reach out to Dr. Goff and Mary Lee and stuff as well as also USCB folks as far as the college universities, but also make the individual contacts with the individual people
Okay,
as well.
good. The contact looks good. Thank you.
Legal is all checked off on all of this and good.
Yeah, it's following the same type of processes we have. It's never been brought to. We reviewed it. City managers reviewed it, and we feel like it's fitting into the same process we had before. So nothing's changed
Kudos to
there.
y'all for doing it because it's an excellent program.
Yeah, one thing I remember, Carolyn was on the council at that time. It was a similar kind of thing, and a group missed the deadline and didn't get the grant because they missed the deadline. It was a serious kind of get that thing in on time, and everyone else did except one group. And I was surprised that we didn't do it, but I thought it was the right decision. And so I think when you do this, make sure everyone gets things on time and you don't have 2 or 3.
We understand that, and
It's very important.
and that happened with the discretionary grants right before we moved it over to the foundation. And right now with the foundation, everybody is clear and concise of what the guidelines and stuff are and what those deadlines and stuff are as well. So we're handling that through our communication and stuff with them.
Yeah, and I don't mind, I'm not trying to be legalistic, but I remember that very clearly.
I remember.
It was, probably 4 or 5 years ago, but I remember it, and I think Carolyn probably does too.
And like I said, since we moved to the online process and the foundation's overseeing this, we went pretty smoothly through everything of that sort. So
That's good.
Jessica, we go to the application and show them right quick. So here's the online application. You'll look and see. You'll be like, well, that's some. Okay. So you have information stuff. Go ahead and go scroll through it, Jessica.
It's a long one.
And it's long, but it's thorough and fast. That's the thing. Doesn't take you all day to do this. So the people that we work with apply for grant applications on a daily basis. So these folks and stuff have came back and said, "Oh yeah, this process is really smooth." And what happens here?
Short one compared to some they get.
It's some applications take people weeks. This one takes a day maybe to fill out. So it's and for the amount of money and stuff that we award, a lot of these have drop down boxes, check boxes. And what happens is once they fill out an application, they just copy paste the material into all of this anyways. So once they do this, they hit submit. I get a notification that somebody submitted this application. Then I have the ability, once everybody's submitted the application, so I can do an Excel spreadsheet. It prints out everything I need to print out as part of this. So we can take that spreadsheet straight into the scoring committee and say, hey, here's their application. What do you all think about it? And they work through the scoring process that way. So that's all I have. If you all have any other questions or comments.
Great work.
Yes,
Right.
very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Something's new.
Set it back
Mayor, it's the Jody Show for a while now, so.
Jody Show?
Jody Show.
Here's Jody.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm excited to bring some progress to many of our projects that we've been discussing. And before I get into the new elevations and the things that you're excited to see, I want to walk back and give a little history on where we were and how we got here. So we're discussing Old City Hall. And if you remember, we had 4 tenants in Old City Hall. They are no longer because of the construction, and we had the Chamber of Commerce in the front here, and then on the side we had media. The auditor treasurer from the county resided here, and a small office for Low Country Legal.
Where did Low Country Legal go? Are they?
Oh, currently where are they working out of? Are they at the Fairfield?
They're currently utilizing the library.
They go to the library, that was one.
Chamber of Commerce is at Fairfield, yeah. And we don't have an auditor treasurer space. So our last workshop, we went through and discussed if we were to do minor modifications, what that would look like. And then if we were to take the existing and add a second story, the difficulty with that number being more expensive than building new. And option number 3 was to build new and try and keep this under $3 million. So our construction costs, we went into explaining different factors with each of these options. And then, of course, our recommendation to council was to accept option number 3 and build new. And the directives that came from that last council meeting or workshop was to, in fact, move in the direction of option 3, which is demolish the building, but to build it back to look like what it is today. So keeping the exterior facade, and you asked that our architects put together some renderings for how that would look. And you were not opposed to having a 2-story building because, of course, we're in dire need of the space. And you also asked that we consider all things stormwater related, parking, everything that's going into Memorial Park, which is neighboring this building. And then your biggest question was who will occupy the building. So this next slide, I want to talk a little about our current shuffle, which is 6 of our departments are moving into new office space, or not new buildings, but they're relocating. So we've got our building department and inspectors that are moving down to the Public Works building in Bay 1. And then the SIDS team is moving out of the Public Works building into the Fire HQ conference room, which has been under construction for the last couple of weeks. Our finance department will move back towards our planning department where they currently sit, and the planning department will come out to where finance currently sits. So we are creating a new shared conference space back where the old inspectors are currently residing. And then to talk about where everyone is going to go permanently and what we suggest for occupancy for these 3 buildings, let's start with Old City Hall. If we build a 2-story building, that would give us approximately 7,000 square feet. And we're proposing 5 occupants. Those 5 occupants would be our fire headquarters and EOC, the Chamber of Commerce, a museum or display area, the Jasper County Auditor Treasurer, an office for Bluffton Self-Help, and an office for Low Country Legal. Our existing fire headquarters EOC building would become a permanent home for our SIDS team. So currently, between fire and SIDS, that building's got about 11 to 13 employees working out of that building. And are you asking what the acronym is for SIDS?
I found it.
Okay. Yeah, no, so it's Communication, Information, and Digital Solutions. That was our IT department and our media department that combined, what was that, a year ago, or maybe, yeah, sorry.
Jody, can we just go back? Because John has a question and I had the same one.
Back a slide or?
No,
Oh.
no, the 5 occupants.
This right
Why are we taking HQ, fire HQ and EOC out of the current space and moving it over?
That's a good question. So what I'm trying to explain about right now, the Fire HQ, EOC, we're running out of room. We had to move our SIDS team into that building, and they've taken over the fire department's conference room area, which I'll show you a floor plan and a few other slides down the road to show you the distribution of how we're housing everybody in that building. But with the growth and what our fire headquarters and EOC needs, we're proposing that we move them out of this building into the new building. And the big reason for this becoming the permanent home for SIDS is that's where our server room is located. And if you remember, we're also sharing this space with Hargray.
Great.
Yeah. So 102 Main Street, we're proposing 2 different departments go there. One department would be our building department, and the second department would be my department, the capital improvements department. So fiscal year 27, we're expecting a total of 23 people for this one little house and garage. And then I'm going to turn over this next slide to our architects. We have Cord Atkins Group with us, and they're going to show you a few elevations and some floor plans.
Jody,
Yeah.
another question. So the Hargray building becomes entirely CID
Yes.
for 6?
Well, 6 current, but up to 10 within 2 years. Right.
Sounds like an awful big space for 6 employees.
I have a floor plan to show you that space and how it would be divided up. So we'll get to that building. First, we're going to start with Old City Hall and the floor plan and elevations for that. But I understand your concern, and
I just want, we're tight on space.
right, we're maximizing everywhere. Don't worry, we're putting the appropriate number of people in all of these buildings. But okay, so this is James Atkins, and he's gonna go through some of the concept drawings.
Morning, Mayor and Council, thank you. Unfortunately missed the last meeting, I was out of town, but got a lot of feedback about the old City Hall and the sense to create a space that was reflective of its history, and it kind of took on the character of the old City Hall. Obviously, the building is a couple thousand square feet, and we were tasked with a program of 7,000 square feet. So, how do we marry those two things together, as well as everything else? We obviously have the privilege of working on the Veterans Park, and everything else that is kind of master planned in there. And so we wanted to take the opportunity to kind of a composite design together that would fit with all the new development going on in the park, as well as what we could do for Old City Hall. So, and it's 2 stories, and then obviously we have a single-story building. So it was an interesting challenge, but we're going to start with this. So what we decided to do was take the old City Hall character, proportions, whether it would be less expensive to kind of tear it down and rebuild it like this rather than renovate it, but we could also do that, and then take the 2-story section and the new piece and push it behind that, so that from the streetscape we would still have something that was very kind of honored the old City Hall, and then with the program of the fire headquarters and the EOC, we push that into the back. And then we can create some, if you reflect back to some of the Veterans Park and the timber framing and everything, is to kind of give an updated, more civic entry that could also tie into some of the things that are going on the opposite side of the park. And so what we've done here is we've got the old City Hall. I'll show you a floor plan where we can fit a lot of the public services. And then the new section, an opportunity to bring some outside in and new public entrance. Maybe that's where the museum, a community room, those kinds of things can take place at the new entrance. Quick floor plan here to orient you.
James, if you could stay to the mic, you do have a pointer on there.
Okay. There you go. I like to walk around, so sorry about that. All right, where's the pointer thing at?
Green button right there.
Green little button. All right, so reorient you here. This is that new facade that kind of reflects Old City Hall, and this is where we would propose the kind of community items, the chamber, Low Country Legal, Bluffton Self-Help, and again, facing the street, a good presence there. Perhaps the history, community room, right here at the entry, and then a new entry lobby for fire headquarters. And then on the second floor, EOC, training center and the like that would be for their use. Obviously, a lot of work to do, but it's kind of how we took proposing taking the 7,000 square feet of program and 2 stories and marrying it, the new and the old, as well as things that are going on in the trusted development of the park.
Next one.
That's where we're at. So, kind of an update of a concept based upon the feedback last time of wanting to have something that was a little bit more in character with the old City Hall, but provide a new, fresh update on, and again, trying to keep that old City Hall to the forefront and along the street so that you can maintain that character.
If I may ask a question, though, I just have to put this out there. We're cramped for space. We're looking to maximize what we currently have. Should we be looking at using the total space for ourselves first before we start designating space for even the Low Country Legal Volunteers and Bluffton Self-Help? I think they're both great organizations, but should we look at using the space for ourselves first, and then if we have the excess space dedicated to those units? Just my thoughts.
I personally, I think that Low Country Legal Volunteers and Bluffton Self-Help have become part of us.
Okay.
And
Do a lot for the city.
And they do a lot for our
Okay.
A lot for the
residents.
city.
I just put it out there.
No, it's
Is there
an
space needs or?
important point. What you do have to your concern, Steve, there in the middle there, that's that big open, I'll call it a community room. That could double as a conference room.
Right here,
It could have historical artifacts around the perimeter, so it doesn't have to be a museum, but it could have
Much better use.
historical artifacts and it could be multi-purpose. And everyone in that first floor could use that. So I really feel strongly that we need to.
Okay. I just put it out there.
Presence. No, it's a legitimate question. But
I know this is more of a Neil thing, but a lot of funding also goes with helping supply some of these spaces. So our next slide is the very question that you, Mr. Mayor, were asking about our EOC/fire headquarters and now SIDS building. So this is your front of your building. If you walk in the door here, to your left is kind of an open reception area, and everything in this darker green is our fire headquarters space. Our training officer or chief sits here, and then this is the EOC/training room. And then you come down the hall, and this is where the new SIDS team will be occupying shortly. It's under construction, and this is the server room. And then over here in green is also our fire headquarters. Hargray occupies all of this yellow zone, and then the white areas are all shared space. So although the building seems large enough for everyone, it's shoving quite a few people in this little space here. We've got 5 cubicles going in and 2 offices. So those 7 people will be out of space within a year and a half when the remaining 3 are hired for that department. So going into the next. Oops.
Question. On the right, the dark green area that's now fire department. What's that become?
I'm so sorry. Can you say that again?
The dark green area on the right, today there's that big green room, and then you have the other green spaces. What's that gonna be?
Correct. That's a great question. So I failed to mention that this will become a new media studio space. the studio that we've been wanting to provide them for many years. We will convert that space. And when the SIDS team takes over this building, there's minor modifications that will be done to this building. So the walls that are in place, fortunately, can be reused, and it's not a massive renovation project. So the next slide, I'm going to go back to James Atkins and have him present his very conceptual exterior elevations. One and two.
Kind of talking with Jody and kind of moving different departments and things around, we were tasked with updating 102 Main Street in call it a light refresh, and without kind of significant modifications. And so what we've proposed here is where this little front entry is basically just rebuilding that, provide some accessibility to the space with a ramp and a new entry, and then something that again might tie into some of the trellis detailing and things to extend some of the character that's going on next door across the street, but in a much more subtle way. Again, I just let all this kind of just cleaning, maintenance, general, tidiness, and then with the things that are going on next door and some of the parking that Jody's going to talk about, kind of redefining that front entry element and solve some accessibility issues. And then, from a floor plan perspective, again, trying to maintain as much as possible on the inside, but providing obviously some accessible restrooms, and then the building department here in the blue, and then some growth opportunities over here in the garage in the back that's already at grade, so there's some connection there. Probably would need to add a restroom facility of sorts over there, and then CFP in green. So trying to maintain some of this existing walls, maybe add a couple things, partitions, but leaving this as close to the inside, and again, some new finishes, some light updating, and then just really focus on entry element accessibility. I think that's it.
Yeah, next. Okay. So I know you're gonna have a lot of questions, and I'm trying to breeze through these, but we can come back. I'm gonna talk to you about our parking situation because that always comes up as one of our major concerns, and it is a major concern. It's no longer just a little bit of a problem. It's a pretty massive one. So when we acquired 102 Main Street, this is the building. The garage sits here, and we have our what I consider most beautiful tree in the entire city of Hardeeville. The canopy is about this big. We also acquired a portion of 104's lot. They subdivided that and gave that to us, and we purchased that. And this piece back here was part of 102's lot. So our vision was to create additional parking back here for our police department and courts. And then as we had some engineers out on site, what we decided was it would be best if we come in off of Martin Street. It avoids a lot of DOT requirements that to do a curb cut here is going to be difficult. But we can do a one-way drive lane in. This can be up to 23 parking spaces that would service staff parking for this building and this building, and then a one-way drive lane down to this staff parking, which would be mostly patrol officers and the courts. And then all of this shaded in yellow would become rework of existing. A lot of the curb cuts that are out there are not placed properly. If we want to match line everything with what's going on at Memorial Park, we want to bring that same drive lane through and have some consistency. If we rework what we have there right now, it's believed we can add an additional 40 spaces. So if you get 40 spaces here, 50 spaces here, another 23 spaces here, we're getting close to adding over 100 spaces, which is desperately needed. And then, of course, over here, this area that ties in with Memorial Park, that was projected to go all the way through the library parking and kind of mirror what we have there. But our 170,000 square foot of rework, this is no small job. This parking job, not only will it impede access for many of our users down there, we're gonna have to divide it up and do it in sections. So, the next slide talks a little.
Go back there for a minute.
Yeah, I have a question.
The existing parking lots, you say they'll be reworked, will they still have parking?
Oh, yes. When I say reworked, I'm talking about taking a lot of these existing green spaces out because you have some pretty unusual curb cuts here that um, oversized areas of green space that we can use for parking. Now, does that mean that we're not going to have any trees and shrubs? No, we're going to absolutely landscape that area to complement what's going on in the overall municipal hub view or vision. So when I say reworking, it's getting rid of some of the unnecessary green space and creating additional parking.
How much parking do we need?
A lot. I haven't done a study and I haven't had a traffic engineer involved, but on any given day, when I'm down there just trying to do inspections on the police department, I mean, people are parked all along both sides of Martin Street, which is a hassle for our fire department and a hazard. Currently, we have this grassy area being used to park over 20 of our vehicles. So, and that's daily, that's not just once in a while.
The reason for my question is, if we know how many parking spots we need, then that's what you build. We're just, it seems like, okay, we're building all these extra parking spaces without really knowing how many we need.
Well, it's a point well taken. When we do the occupancy calculations for this building, this building, this building, our current courts and police, we will have exact numbers on that.
Yeah, I think we should build to the need.
We are. No, of course not. Yeah.
And then, you know, because if we don't need all that space for parking, maybe there's something else we could utilize.
The new parking area, knowing that we have stormwater retention issues for the Veterans Park area, where's all that, if we're putting hard surface on all that, where's all that water gonna go?
Well, and that will be addressed, absolutely. Our civil engineers have already started that discussion, and a lot of what flows in this direction, I mean, I'm not going to pretend that I understand where it's best to take this water, but we do have inlets along Martin Street, and then there's a retention basin back this way, a ditch line that goes out, and then you have that very small retention basin that's been talked about at the Memorial Park that they would have to enlarge that or add a second one. So it's a lot of work, and we're in the very conceptual phase of everything, so we don't have the exact information on where it's going to be discharged.
We'll lose the greenery between the home there on Main Street and the rear of the
This year.
Hargrave building. You know,
Go back
right
here.
in there. We're gonna lose that the greenery through there.
We will, yes. We will mitigate, and of course, we will stick to our ordinance and provide what is required for our parking lots.
I was saying what, Joey was saying.
I agree with you.
The other thing I have to bring into attention, like right now, our EOC building, there are times when we have upwards of 6 different agencies coming down to do training. And so, I mean, even when we move the EOC to this department, that won't change. We're still going to have those agencies coming here, and this parking will not suffice for all of that. There will be overflow into these areas. So the next slide, I wanted to talk a little bit about rough order of magnitude. And again, it's really hard to give you firm numbers until we get design in place and we start going out to bid. Things are changing, as you know, 25 to 30% monthly, not just, yearly. But the old City Hall budget, we showed that as a rough order of magnitude, somewhere between 2.8 and 3.1 million based on 7,000 square feet. And that includes landscaping, but that's not including the parking. That's not including some of the site work next to it. And then 102 Main Street, we're proposing to try and renovate that house at $300,000, but that does not include the tree preservation costs, which I haven't even touched on, but that tree will be worked on first. We would put up fencing around that canopy to ensure that any construction within this zone would not be coming close to that tree or damaging that tree in any way. And then our site work would also be excluded because I kind of added it to this budget. So if we, in a world of you're gonna approve everything that we're asking for, we're saying that 170,000 square foot of parking space that I proposed in the yellow is roughly around $2 million. And that's, again, very rough order of magnitude until we get a design in place. But that $2 million isn't just asphalt. That's your stormwater infrastructure, that's your engineering, that's, you know, your landscape requirements. So it's a big number, but
It'll be more in the future though if we don't do it.
Yeah.
it will be, and there are ways to save. We don't have to asphalt everything. If we were to gravel some of it to start off with, just to get some parking in place, we can come back and we can put hardscape in later. So there's ways to get what we need temporarily. It's just the only thing I can't do is in our police patrol area, we can't put gravel because of when they have to depart at high rates of speed. We don't want them.
Throwing rocks.
Yeah, we need hardscape there.
I think you're thinking about it the right way. That's
Yeah.
from my perspective.
If we could use permeable in any of all of this,
Yeah.
it would help the drainage that we will probably have drainage issues,
I
so.
think you're right, Steve.
Wherever it could be used, and I understand it can't be in the police, we don't want it where our handicap parking is, but other places, if we could use it, it'd be great.
There's a lot of ways to design this, and again, it's getting to the point of, do we start the design now? Is this something that you want to proceed with? The next slide, priorities. This is a hard one. Everybody needs everything, and we have gone through our space needs assessment, and what I'm proposing here is that Old City Hall has to be built before we do any type of retrofitting on 30 Martin Street. This is a predecessor to 30 Martin Street. And then 102 Main Street is a fairly inexpensive fix to alleviate some of our overcrowding. As soon as we put that $300,000 into that building, it gets it livable. It's code compliant, and we can move some staff into that building, and that staff would be our building department coming out of Public Works. And then our third priority is we have to work on the site. We have to get some parking in place, because even alleviating some of the overcrowding with our buildings, that doesn't alleviate where our staff will park. So our staff will be parking in grass until we can get that site work complete. And then number 4 would be to retrofit 30 Martin Street for our SIDS team, which again, I said is a very minor retrofit. It's paint and carpet. We're not moving walls. They're putting up new equipment and, you know, retrofitting that training center to become a media center. And then,
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
You have a timeline on 1 and 2, like from start to finish. What's your projection there?
so the timeline on Old City Hall, because that is a complete demo and redo, I can't see us getting design before 8 months, and then you've got to go in for permitting. So permitting with BJWSA and everyone is going to be anywhere between 4 and 8 months, and then construction. So it's 2.5 year project.
A year of that's just sort of.
The planning. Yeah, right. 102 Main Street, much easier because this is an existing structure. So BJWSA is going to look at what additional load we're putting on that structure, which for a residential house going into a commercial use is a little bit more, but not that much. So that shouldn't be a terrible time frame for them to review that permit. And then we go through our building department and put it out for bid. So that's a much easier, this isn't a big design is what I'm saying. We're utilizing a lot of the existing walls. It's just throwing in what we're gonna need to do to the floors and walls. I mean, paint, some flooring, new lighting, some MEP that needs upgraded to be code compliant. But you know, it's an existing building that does work. The HVAC works, and yeah,
So 1 and 2 can be concurrent projects?
they can, absolutely. hmm
What was it,
If you give me the money to do it, yeah.
could you go back one slide once, just so I can see where the numbers are. So possibly 3.1, 400K for 102. So basically just under 4 mil for those two alone. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
And then our citywide projects, I wanted to throw this slide as a reminder because of our space needs assessment that was done with McMillan, Pasden, Smith. If you remember, they did an overall score on the buildings, and then they also explained where they felt some of our departments were, should I say, in dire need of space. They put together this little chart that shows that today we're 31,000 square feet deficient on space. Within 10 years, we need 62,000, and within 20 years, we need 100,000 square feet of space. So when looking at our citywide priorities, it's a little different from this priority list focusing on these buildings. Our citywide priorities, as I understand, is Old City Hall. And then, of course, our SIDS team needing a permanent space. They've been, I should say, flexible for way too long. And then we have a new police department coming in third, 102 Main Street, fourth, and then additions to our public works building, number 5, and then number 6 is to build a new city hall behind our existing, and number 7 is Fire Station 83. So of this building score, that's how we are showing those priorities, which is a little overwhelming, and I'm trying not to overwhelm you, so I'm going to skip through that.
You succeeded in overwhelming.
Yeah.
So, Jody, it's easy for us to say, go ahead and do everything, but
Yeah.
there's gotta be a financing plan attached to that. Are we ready for that?
I don't believe that there is a financing plan or how you're going to fund each of these. No. This is getting to that point. Once we get the directive that yes, this is how you would like to proceed, then well, our city manager and our finance director will get together and discuss how some of this will be financed.
I think
Yeah.
that's what the council needs. It needs funding options to say, I mean, it's, yeah, okay, we know we need all that, but,
How do we get there?
and I would, as we discussed in the previous slide, I'd put 1 and 4 concurrent, okay?
Okay.
You know, it's 1A, 1B, or 1, 2.
Yeah, they have to go hand in hand.
Yeah, so.
1 and 4, yeah.
1 and 4, which we discussed in the
That's right,
previous
yeah.
slide, that they're concurrent, so
Right.
we should go right away
Yeah.
on those two and get us a funding proposal on how we get to that point.
Yeah, we have allocated-
Council, you agree with that?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes, Matt?
We have allocated some minimal amount of funding for some engineering and design in this current budget, but certainly we'll have to come back to you with additional funds and figure
Yeah,
out
it might be,
But yeah.
it might be bonding.
Right,
whatever.
exactly.
Right, and to Mr. Davis's point, we do, how we've even started some of these conceptual designs is because of what was approved for those initial concepts. Yeah. And then our timeline, back to Old City Hall, we vacated that in April, and then they started the demo of the interior, and the exploratory phase led us to coming to you in June. And then here we are in August asking for a concurrence on direction. So if you'd like, I can go back to any slide, I hope. Is there any particular slide I went over too quickly for you that you would like to discuss?
I just think, for me personally, I don't know what the rest of the council is, you know, looks good, we just have to find,
money.
approve how we're gonna go for it. Any specific questions about any of the designs that council has?
No, I think we're in the preliminary stages on some of it, but we do know 1 and 4 have to be our priority at this time.
And they can, those 1 and 4 can immediately add to the space needs in total for the city, right?
That's correct. And
And the funding, it's,
No,
you know, it's
not
not
really,
like
that's right.
a zillion dollars.
That's
Right, yeah, we're not looking at $40 million, which,
That would be.
That's a
big-
please.
yeah.
Sam,
I looked over to Sam to see what he would react to.
Knowing that it would take us about 5 years to get a new city hall built, this will alleviate some of that problem.
I was rude and, the public hearing, I'd like to, for staff and anybody from the public here, I'd welcome any comments, any opinions, on one or two, and/or two. Does anybody have any thoughts? Please share them with the council.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a comment.
Sure.
I am so pleased with the design of the old City Hall building and that you've been able to preserve that facade. It's absolutely the concept I thought married the old with the new. And it's almost kind of like Hardyville. We have a very historic Hardyville and we have a new Hardyville. And it's almost kind of a illustration of exactly what the core of Hardyville is marrying the old with the new. And I think it's an exceptional concept. So I just
Thanks,
wanted
I agree with you. The whole idea of keeping that flavor along 102 Main, or along Main Street in total is important.
Yeah, Jody,
No,
Jody had let me take a little peek, after the press thing the other day, and, Carolyn's right. I mean, you know, it's the old along with the new, but that old part means a lot to some of the, you know, citizens here, preserving that, and so, did a good job.
Thank you, James.
I like the idea that we're protecting the tree that John climbed when he was a child.
I was a little seedling.
You and Abraham Lincoln climbed it
we're all
together?
gonna climb that tree.
I propose that tree to be our new seal because it's just so beautiful,
Like 150 years old.
400.
400. So you
really beautiful.
trees in there 100 years ago?
John,
Acorn.
I think incorporating that area around that tree into a, what would you wanna call it, a passive park is an excellent use of the space, and it shows our heritage just as much as the facade of the city hall
I think
does.
that's why Jody wanted to spend that amount of money to make sure all that area is preserved and protected.
Right, we've reached out to national folks who understand what actual tree preservation looks like. So we're not just getting any arborists, we're getting people that have relocated trees all over the country, big, substantial trees. Now, obviously, we're not relocating this tree, but we want for that root system to be undisturbed. And it will make for a beautiful, what I like to call Zen garden for all of our staff and public to use. I mean, with everyone being so close by, it's something that's hidden now, but I want to showcase later.
Good idea, thank you.
That tree.
great. Anyone else from, staff, please feel free.
Mr. Mayor, public comment.
Yes, sir.
Just a question. So as as I'm learning more what's going on in the city, does it make more sense, since you're kind of busting at the seams, make more sense to have like hybrid work from home roles? Or are there currently hybrid work from home roles for certain?
There are no current hybrid work from home, but I love that idea. Yeah. I mean, it's either that or mobiles. We're going to get to that point if we don't continue to build what we need.
We've seen major corporations shut down their headquarters and take everyone virtual or work from home.
Yeah.
I mean, that's obviously saves them millions of dollars in toilet paper costs and all that other kind of stuff. So I don't know if that was ever an option presented before, but.
SIDS does have one currently that's working remotely.
That's a contract
Yeah,
employee.
but it's still,
Yeah.
it's replaced a current position currently.
Yeah.
I think those are the kinds of things that if staff has recommendations that bring to council, and we discuss it. I don't think any innovative idea has, it certainly has a role. And, I would put a caution, Ms. Brenna. We have also a building that has some historical impact, although it's not a special. Right across the street, it's being proposed to be demolished. I think this council, based on what we've said before, would have great concern with that.
We will know more about that sooner and
Please
we
keep
will,
us informed, because we've taken a lot of pains, spending a lot of money to keep the character of Main Street. Now here we're gonna go and demolish the old library. And that causes me some angst.
How old is that building?
John?
It's been here a while, I mean, it came a little bit later on compared to like stuff like that, but it's been here a while.
But, you know, we're talking about keeping Main Street, now we're
Yes.
talking about demolishing a building and putting up a 4-story structure with all this stuff too. Still, it changes the character of the street a little
If we're
bit.
gonna do this, let's jump in with both feet. We can't pick and choose along Main Street to have what we're doing, working on here and then
And
having
something right
something
up
mounted
the
across the street.
corner. And
Yeah, it's.
We're committed now.
It's,
Just
so
keep
that-
in mind that property it's privately owned right now, and there are no protections afforded it right now. I mean, that we really, at this point, we have no way to stop a demolition on that property. I'm just
And I
pointing that out.
understand, you know, we can only do what we can do, but we can be perhaps persuasive.
Understood. Understood.
And look what we did, they did a wonderful job designing, the front stayed the same, but a lot of square footage in the back. Maybe there's something like that that can be done as well over there. And using the powers of persuasiveness of this man, I think that,
Powers of persuasiveness.
goes.
Inclusive.
I go by the ordinance, but yes, sir.
I mean, why wouldn't you wanna try to do something like that?
Jody, would we be getting copies of this PowerPoint presentation?
Of course, yeah, I can send that to you.
Please.
We'll distribute everything in today's
Okay.
meeting afterwards, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Neil?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. And one thing I don't think we've included is that this building itself can be revenue generating as well. That the spaces that we're renting out to those nonprofits or the county agencies or the chamber will all put money back into that building as well.
Oh, I
And
understand.
potentially you also have use of ATEX funds that can be utilized with that building and maybe DA fees if we look at it the right way, so.
Good point. Good
Thank
point.
you.
Very good point.
Mayor,
Brian?
I want to change the subject a little bit on it, but I know there were questions about the drainage and the site and the landscaping and a number of different things. And just a reminder that our capital projects, our SIP team works very well with SRC, and that's always going to be a consideration, and they have ordinances. So I trust all of the staff's going to make sure that all that gets taken care of very appropriately.
Yeah, well, the drainage thing's a good point, because as we just saw again from Debbie, you know, and this downtown has been the historical flood zone, for lack of a better term. So we don't want to add to what has been an historically difficult problem to begin with. So I think Steve's point about adding impervious surfaces, just, you know, we trust that you'll take a hard look at it.
Our civil engineering team is very mindful of the concerns that we have and problems that we have, so. Do we want to jump into Fire Station 82 or? Yep,
Could I jump into the boys' room?
sure, absolutely, go, yeah.
I would say though with Debbie, downtown flooded the least it's ever flooded
You're right.
since I've been here.
Thank you.
You're right.
Brown's done a lot of work.
You did, Steve, you're right.
We're gonna call you Digger Brown for.
Usually, 5 minutes of rain, the red light was underwater.
Used to be,
Mm-hmm.
especially over there by the liquor store and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Woo, dry cleaner.
Take it from
Yes,
there.
sir.
This is just a reminder of what you presented to them.
Water is the most dangerous.
Other areas. Schedule.
That's gotta clear out before this clears.
Easy peasy.
I used to work for an old farmer, he used to say, you can stop fire with water, but you can't stop water.
Jennifer, somebody, you're actually.
This is very exciting. I know the last time we met, we didn't have nearly what we have for you today, but I'm going to start off by showing you where our new fire station is going to be located. This little arrow here is pointing to the existing Fire Station 82, of which we have sold. And if you go down Argent Boulevard, make a right on Village Drive, this is our new plot of land. It was donated by the Abdo Group, and it's approximately a half a mile from our old station. So we got really lucky. We got upland and we got location. This is to give you an idea about the size of the parcel. It's 15.768 acres. Everything in this yellow is the parcel. This back portion here is wetlands, and then we're going to have a retention basin here. This is going to be a dog park, and this is going to be parking for the dog park. All of what you see here on this site plan is our fire station and the drive lane to get back here. This will be constructed by the developer. This is not the responsibility of the city to construct. However, our Parks and Recs team will be helping with the maintenance of this. So our fire station sits here. The entry, you would come in. This could be staff parking. And then the bays. I'm going to go to my next slide. I know funding is a big question, and what was approved for our fiscal year 25 funding is $4.7 million. And I broke it down as to what we're going to use this year versus next year. The land was donated, our design fee, construction fees, FF&E, and then some of the construction costs like bonds and contingency. Fire Station 82 sold for $1.6 million, so that revenue helps pay for this new station. And then I'm told debt issuance for $3.1 million. Now, this new fire station is going to be much larger to, again, accommodate our growth. The old station was 7,700 square feet, and our new station is roughly 12,000. So I put together this fire matrix design with our chief, and what we're trying to explain is a lot of people ask, well, how big does the station need to be? Why does it need to be that big? So each of our stations are a little different. Fire Station 81, obviously our largest, has the room to sleep 15, and it's 18,448 square feet. Now, how I broke this down in columns, the house size is here, your bay size is here, and then storage or mezzanine that adds to your square footage is in this column. So although you see 18,000 square feet, it's got the largest bay with 4 lanes. So Fire Station 82 that sold, and it was roughly 7,700 square feet, we're increasing the house size because we're going to sleep more people. We're going up from 8 to 10. And then the bays will remain the same. I know there was a question prior in our planning commission about what firehouse or which one of our firehouses will accommodate the EMS and ambulance service, and all of them will accommodate, and all of them are being sized properly for that. So that's roughly what this matrix is to help you with, future growth and why 85, 86, and 87 will also need this square footage. So you can peruse this at a later date and go into the calcs, but our chief is here to answer any questions as well.
I have questions.
Okay.
Before you go from that slide. Number one, I know it's been talked about to have substation in East Argent. Is that in our long-term plan?
So you're talking police substations?
Well, no, we're just talking fire.
Oh,
85.
that's Station 85 right here. Our new build 85, 86, and 87.
So 85 is in the East Argent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is right around the corner from here.
We need it soon, yes.
No, but-
Oh, are you,
Here's my point. If that's our future plan, then I have a question about why are we adding so much space to 82? And here's some specifics. We're doubling the amount of living space to add 2 additional people. That's a big, there's some big people.
Well, but that also accommodates for EMS storage.
EMS? What's
Well-
EMS?
It's more about their medical storage and,
No, well, what I'm saying, I'm seeing ambulance here, and we have an ambulance 8/10 of a mile down the road that's a county service. So what are we saying here? That we're gonna take over the entire ambulance service of the city?
At some point in the future, that would be the ability to do that. Otherwise, if you don't plan for that, you'll never have that ability to even provide
I
that
don't know
service.
why we would plan for something that should be a county responsibility. It's one thing to add one to which I'll never understand why the county didn't do it and why we, but to say we're gonna keep adding ambulances in the future, I don't think that's not in my future vision of the city to take over ambulance. That should be that is the county's responsibility. And so we're gonna add a whole lot of millions of dollars worth of capacity. And again, back to the question, why should we make this bigger if we're planning 85? Because now we're talking for the same area, we're gonna go from 7,800 square feet to, if I see the numbers there correctly, 24,000 square feet for the same area. That seems like a big
well, your
jump.
radius, okay, so your response radius is different from, maybe I need an aerial map of, well, let's see if I can pull up.
I understand,
Where
I live
85
across the street there, I understand,
Yeah.
and I know there's 9,500 homes there, but if what you're saying is we're gonna go from one station in that area at 7,800 square feet to 2 for a total of 24,500 square feet.
This isn't close.
That seems excessive to me. I don't know why we have to make 82 so much bigger if we're gonna add 85 down the road.
I think 85 is like way up here in the scale. I unfortunately can't zoom out.
Well, I know
Yeah.
where it is, but there's
Yeah.
gonna be roads built in there,
Mhm.
there's gonna be, the loop's gonna be there. It's,
It's on the
you know,
Yes, sir.
and we're gonna add one there. So why do we need for that same area, and I know there's gonna be a lot of growth there. Why do we have to go from 7,800 square feet to 24,500 square feet worth of fire station when we have a $30 million police station we're still sticking?
42.
The number keeps going up. And so I'm a little concerned about, and I'm also concerned because this indicates a long-term vision that I don't share, that the city takes over the entire ambulance corps for the city. To me, that our taxpayers are paying double. They're paying the county with the same service that now the city's taking over and it's their responsibility. I don't think that should be our long-term goal, to take over ambulance. I think the long-term goal is to make the county do what they're responsible to do.
Mayor, the ambulance issue, you and I will always disagree on. Can you go to the next slide,
Sure.
please? No, one further. There we go. Right now, we have a need to rebuild 82. That need we know is here now. And I see the 12,000 square feet, and then you go down to 85, and we see 13,500.
Install this table.
Does 85 have to be 13,500? If we're gonna go 12 here, why do we need to be 13,500? We have a need for the, right now, that I understand. But 85 is what, 5 years down the road, 6 years, 2 years? We have no idea. It will depend upon the growth of that.
That's the joint training facility as well, so yeah, that's.
Different entity altogether. It's going to be a normal, like 83 as far as the fire service is concerned. We're gonna have an engine company and the ability to add an ambulance if we need to. but it's also the training that we were gonna incorporate with the police department is a training facility on that property that we own out there. So that way, we can add in training rooms and things of that nature. That's why that square footage is higher than a regular, say, 86. 86 is like your normal, 86 is the one in the back of Margaritaville, basically, so that is your normal substation type building.
I may be dust by the time that's built too.
I'm aware, but it's.
But what I am saying is, right now, we have a need for 82.
Yes.
As much as I'd love to see you have 85, have everything you've listed across there, right now, we're not looking at having to cover that cost. We're up here at 82. And I do agree, build that one now. And when we get up to 85, if funding is available, fine. If not, then we can reduce that down to the 9,500 square feet that 86 is.
Well, and again, back to the point of, if you remember, we did present that joint training facility, I want to say in May of this year. So that joint training facility, when we sold the police department's training facility on Perrysburg Road, that's when we started the conceptual on that. So it just happens to be that the land for that joint training facility is also where Fire Station 85 is going, and that's why I included it in these calcs, because it would be shared space.
But I'm looking at cost. We're at 4.7 million for 82. We're at 7.5 for 85.
Well, that's inflation. I mean, you have to also look at what our space needs assessment folks shared with us on inflation. I mean, if you wait 5 years, you're almost doubling everything. It's just
But
the
we're here
nature.
today to discuss 82.
Correct. We're not here to discuss all of these, but this is a tool or a resource for you to look back on to help you understand what's going in each one of these fire stations and why the square footage is what it is. So even when you look at your staffing, your vehicles, I mean, not all of the stations have the same size ladder trucks, so there's that consideration as well. The next matrix that I did was the question of which one of our fire stations require a police substation. So obviously Fire Station 81 does not require that because we have our police department across the street. And then we've got Fire Station 82, which does require it because that helps cover that northern sector. Fire Station 83, not necessary. Fire Station 84, yes, because of our southern sector needing that presence. And then Fire Station 85 would not be necessary. And then the joint training facility, absolutely, they're both going to be utilizing that area. So next, let me see here. I'm going to turn it over to James Atkins again. He's going to come up and present some of the conceptual or schematic designs that he's been working on.
That's not what we should agree on.
Hello again. Here to kind of again talk in similar ways, some broad strokes of some character design and talking with chief in the fire department as well as some general layouts. Studied the other stations that you have in play and make some comparable design decisions for this station as well as 82. If you recall, long ago, we looked at this one of actually doing a rehab on it, and it had all sorts of challenges, and we're going to put a lot of money into something that didn't quite get you where you needed to go. So that has been sold, but there was a desire to, take an opportunity to create an identity for the fire department. So we took the program and took some traditional low country massing and materials and assembled it into an identity for the fire department. On the left-hand side here, you can see the bays and some maintenance areas. An entry element here, their programmatic watch office to kind of keep control of the front of the property. And then that park and that drive comes here. So we've oriented the sleeping quarters and such over here that will be a little bit more residential in scale. We can add some shutters, things like that, so that the busy commercial side is here, the little bit more quiet residential side that leads down to the dog park. Again, try to keep some simple forms, maybe assemble them in a unique way. and work through the program. When we approach these projects, we have to kind of realize that, this is their home as well. They live and breathe and eat and sleep a lot here. So we really try to bring some of that residential quality to a commercial structure. Just another view from the commercial side here. Pre-engineered metal building shells, some efficient construction techniques that can kind of be assembled into a unique character. And quick layout that generated, again, the bays here and everything that goes into that as far as decontamination and storage for tools and things. Their watch office, a lot of technical pieces around gear storage and carcinogen extraction, all that kind of stuff, that kind of working through that. Mentioned some different storage areas, just a little bit of administration, a front door, those kinds of things are important when public oftentimes will wander up to a police station if somebody needs help, so they can get access to that. Men's and women's showers and restrooms. And again, here is that line of residential, very simple circulation spine to try to maximize that. And even though it's a couple more people, that amplifies up for additional exercise space, additional kitchen, dining, living quarter spaces, some study areas, and then some outdoor covered activity, which we like to kind of put on the backside here, so that's not up on the street. And that's just a couple little quick diagrams there. Again, the front perspective we saw on the back, again, very simple metal building shell. Center section here to define the entry. That's where that mezzanine storage is, which is similar to what's over there. Just kind of a really quick, efficient way to get some of that square footage. And again, a quick, easy framed shed roof here, but it kind of gives us a smaller scaled residential side and a kind of a larger scaled commercial side here.
This is a 10-man station, correct?
That is correct. Yep. And we've gone to just some side views here, just kind of looking here. Again, quality of life, recruitment, all those kinds of things. These are smaller individual sleeping quarters with 3 lockers and such for the different shifts. So again, each shift can have their own locker, store their own personal things. And same with the kitchen. At the end of the day, it's about the same amount of square footage, maybe a little bit more circulation. But I think these kinds of elements in these stations, rather than communal bunk rooms and stuff, just add to that kind of residential home sense in the stations that they certainly appreciate as well, to kind of have their own space. And just some sides. You're going to take over from there. Any questions?
Who's the dog park meant to service?
So that's a residential community that's going in there. That entire PDD would utilize, correct. It's a neighborhood park. Yep. What I did is I threw in some of the old slides that showed you our metal building kits and some of the low country design, some of the more reasonable designs. And then I put the schedule up here because everybody keeps asking. So our site selection, we've gone through that process and geotechnical work. The plat was recorded, Planning Commission accepted it on August 15th. You're seeing the 50% schematic design, which I want to emphasize is not 50% construction documents, it's schematic design. So when our design team gets commissioned to do this, they start in the schematic phase, then they go to the design development, and then our construction documents follow. So we are not 50% complete, but design development is expected another 3-month process, 2 months for CDs. Hopefully we can start our permitting in December of this year, and then invitation to bid by June. Construction would hopefully be complete by July 2026, bearing that we don't have any unforeseen conditions. That's all I got for this, unless you want to go back. If there's a slide that you want to ask additional questions on, I'm happy to answer.
I have a question, Jody. When these guys are responding, getting out of those bays, are they getting out directly on Argent, or are they getting out on a secondary road and then getting out onto Argent?
That's a great question. They're getting out on Village Drive and then they have to turn onto Argent.
Okay,
Mhm.
so we
So
all
go back to-
know, yes, we all know how notorious the traffic is on Argent Boulevard, and I have seen people engage in a race with our emergency folks, even though there are lights and sirens. How are they gonna get out onto Argent Boulevard when they are in that emergency response mode? From where I came from,
When the lights and sirens,
So this is where the station will be sitting, so they'll make a right on Village Drive and come down and either make a left or a right onto Argent.
and I know that there's not gonna be a traffic light there.
That is correct. We are currently putting a traffic light in at New River and Argent, which is just south of this
Right.
location.
Is
And then a
there-
shortcut, yes.
Is there any way, and I know Matt's gonna kill me for asking this question, because, we all know SC Dot is notorious, so, is there any way we can have like a
An emergency.
caution blinker? Yeah, that it's not a traffic light per se for Argent Boulevard, but it's a cautionary light that stops the traffic in both directions when there's an emergency response trying to get out.
That's a great question. I mean, I'm certain we could ask the traffic engineers about,
Buford on Rebo Road, over
Yeah.
there at Port Royal, there's one there like
Well, I
that.
think by the St. Gregory's, don't they have something like that? too?
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do,
Yes.
Yes, they do.
That's a full signal though.
They completely redid the whole intersection to incorporate the new signal.
Yes.
so it's part of like an alerting system, like, hey, there's a fire truck coming out, you guys need to stop, yeah.
Cautionary signal, and then it stops when these guys get out of there somehow, that light is activated and it stops the traffic and lets them get out safely, so then the traffic can keep going afterwards.
That's the way,
I'll look into it.
that's the way Bluffton originally had theirs, when it was just the fire station coming out by St. Gregory. And DOT came in and basically said, this isn't working because there was too many wrecks there when that light would change, because it only would change when they had a call.
Right,
That's when they came in and said, hey, we gotta do something about this. That's when Bluffton got with St. Gregory and rearranged their entryway to come out there, so that way it's a full controlled intersection to reduce the number of wrecks based on just the emergency calls that were going out. Because people were using it as turnaround spots, and it was just a mess on 278 when they had it that way. When they had it just as an emergency signal, it was a mess.
They almost lead to more problems
Yes.
because people they ignore it because most of the time it's not being activated.
yeah, but you have to let these guys get out safely.
Right, that's
I
why
mean,
they have their
it's a
signal, that's why they have their
safety
lights and.
The good thing I will say about,
siren ain't gonna stop.
issue. They don't stop, I have seen it myself, and being somebody who has been in that business and had near collisions with people trying to beat the ambulance, yeah, no, it is a necessity, I'm telling you.
I will say though, the difference between coming out of the current 82 and being able to come out at an already known intersection would be much better. Because when we're trying to come out of 82 now, there's no turn lane there where there is at that intersection. There is a turn lane. So there's ways that people can get out of the way, at least at that intersection. Where we currently are, there's nothing but 2 lanes, and it's a real pain to get out of there. You're right, it's a pain to get out there. I foresee it being better getting on 278 at that larger intersection, to be honest with you.
One on Argent Boulevard.
Space.
Yes, there's more space. Yes, sir.
In the very beginning, when you started, we said we didn't know what Jasper County's intentions were. And I think a lot of assumptions are being made until, I think we need to find out what their intention is in terms of providing the vehicles or not, because that's gonna change maybe our thinking. And it seems to me, I remember John and I went up to talk to them about fire trucks a long time ago, but it seems to me that's a fairly fundamental question that we need to know. Are they gonna continue that? If not, then you're gonna have to plan for it. If they are, then that may change some of your thinking. But to me, that's step one in a lot of this, and we don't have an answer. I don't.
Right. And to be honest with you, 2 extra bunk spaces is all we're talking about. We're not adding extra bays for it. These bays are just for.
Minimum, you're saying.
Right. 2 extra bunk spaces, even if we don't go down the EMS road, if we ever have, callbacks or anything for hurricanes or other events, we can sleep more people in the firehouse. Because generally when we do a callback, we call back at least 2 shifts. So that gives us some extra space. Or if we, down the future, if we add another battalion chief, or it just gives us a little, 2 bunk rooms, ultimately you're only talking about 200 square feet added to the bunk room areas. It's not large, in my opinion. It doesn't have to be EMS. That was just, we would have the capability if we needed it.
Your intention.
Right.
Fairly fundamental question.
That's where I was coming from. The space is the space, whether
That's
we
minor.
put anything in it. My question, the dog park in that area, that is for all of Hardyville or just for the community that's going to be developed back there?
It'll be city property, so it'll be Parks and Rec will.
Depends. The Abilene Chase is unincorporated Jasper County.
That's right.
It's not. So I think that the new park behind it though is in the city limits. Or
On Firehouse.
the one that you said the dog park's gonna serve.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It would be behind, everything on the left of Village Drive, basically, and then toward the end of Village Drive. So basically, rounding all the way around, right? Right.
In there.
Is this peninsula right here that's owned by Abdo,
Is it all?
where we would sit, this is your wetlands
Yeah,
area
she's
that I
coming.
showed on the previous slide. Here, do you want me to go to this slide for you to look at the plat?
Either way works, fine. The intention is for all of Peninsula Track here and Peninsula 2, which is already in the city, will be all combined. It's contiguous by East Argent. So East Argent has similar ownership on that front parcel, or the same owner, and so it's all gonna be coming together. That will leave Aberley Chase and what's on, what goes from Argent to Aberley Chase will be what's left in the county there.
So there'll be an island.
Yes.
Yes. So, but you'll be seeing all of that shortly. We just needed, for the purposes of the fire station, to go ahead and get that in and moving.
So this that got platted and recorded is annexed in.
The public driveway will match up with Aberley Chase's driveway, which is that little area right there. And then the fire stations the fire trucks will come out separate from them so that we're never head to head with.
Yeah, that was my only
That
concern.
was
the
my
reason
next
for the
concern.
question. And before we get off Val's point, if we recall, we had approved, and it was a big discussion, because there's gonna be a curb cut directly across the street from Village Drive into what is now been purchased by Citadel. Is that still
The
correct?
whole property.
So-
Is that the intersection?
Yes.
On Argent Boulevard?
You're talking down here?
Yes.
Yeah.
The entrance into the, I'll call it the Citadel property, was Pulte and Pulte.
Y'all told them to make that.
But that plan that was presented to council, and there was a lot of angst about that, if you recall, because of the very thing that we're talking about now, that their main entrance will be directly across from the entrance area to the fire station. So it makes Val's concern a legitimate, because we had it when we were talking about it on the other side. You have to go?
Yeah, I do.
Absolutely, and one thing that we have already started working on with this whole Peninsula Track project and everything, and this is just a small portion of, is that traffic study. And that does take in consideration the fire station, what's around it, and Argent Boulevard. They're already looking at the Argent Boulevard study that the city did, and so it's all being combined together. But that has been a conversation we've certainly had as we're working towards coming to you with something on the Peninsula Track. There are a lot of concerns.
There's never gonna be less traffic at that intersection.
No.
It's gonna increase. And whether a light is necessary there now or 5 years from now, that's gonna happen.
Goes back to the same thing that we talked about in another issue. A quarter of a mile, if that,
Yeah.
a couple tenths of a mile, there's a light planned at William Jasper. To reasonably expect, or even want, to have lights every 2/10 of a mile, I don't think nobody wants that, so you have to plan around that. Perhaps there's, for these new developments, there's frontage roads that lead to William Jasper.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
make that, and not add to the curb cuts along Argent Boulevard.
We can't prevent the ones that are already there, but we can sure look at the
And
future.
that's where the danger is. The curb cuts where people are coming in and out, like fire trucks, that's where you have the danger.
I don't understand how.
Where there's no curb cuts, you don't have the problem, right? I'm no traffic expert, but that seems to be,
And I will, back to your first point, Mayor, this one is larger footprint due to this is where the ladder truck for that side of town is gonna be housed. Because we got all the commercial that we need to serve, the 3-story, assisted living facilities that are out there, so that's why we need that ladder truck there. That's why this one's just a little bit larger to accommodate that ladder truck.
That was my next question.
In my whole plan, there's only 3 stations for ladder trucks, and that's to spread them out all over town.
I have no objection.
Just letting you know.
I have an objection to building 12,000 and then another 12,000 around the corner.
Well, that one, if we do our mileage studies, the coverage area it is outside the mileage radius of this firehouse.
I'm
just letting you know that's what, right.
The need for the.
It is gonna be smaller, for sure.
But I'm
It is a substation.
the need for another 12,000.
Right. The original station was only like 9,000, I think is our number.
Right,
and
but
then
we added a training
which
classroom.
we can separate that and go, look, this is firehouse, this is training. And that way it's not on that matrix. That way you see that the firehouse is gonna be a single engine with the ability to add an ambulance if we want to. I mean, it's only, like I said, 2 bunk rooms and that's it.
And and again, here's, it always comes to money. Build as much as you want.
Yeah.
We're on the hook for 3.1, and the previous thing was 3.5, so now we have 6.5 that we all agree need to get done as quickly as possible, and then we have the 800-pound elephant sitting over there.
The $42 million?
It's not a question, I don't question need, I question, we have to be a little bit as conservative as possible.
Yes.
Because the elephant's got a big peanut to eat too.
And just, the current plan is 85 will be DA fee money. So for all of the rest of East Argent DA money that's coming in.
And I have to follow up on something that Bo said. 6, 8, 9 months ago, I asked the council and this department to sit down with Jasper County and reevaluate a need in the entire county on a holistic basis. It was seconded by the county council chair. And why? For a simple request that you get together and talk has not been done. And that talk, had it been done, would have made this conversation a heck of a lot easier. And so I think that needs to get done, and it needs to get done yesterday. We need to start talking about the 0.8 of a mile down the road is an ambulance and a fire station and here we are building 12,000 square feet, 0.8 of a mile away. I'm sorry, it was dumb back then, it's dumb now, and we can't keep being dumb. And that meeting, chief, has to take place.
I'll reach out again, but as you know, I've reached out on several occasions.
Okay, well, you know what, it's time to call the big guns in, if you can't get it done, let's find another way to get it done.
Hey, question, how long is our lease on the existing 82 building?
So we had a 2-year lease at the time. Right. Yeah. We've got a 2-year lease and that expires in December, which,
Oh, boy.
December of this year.
And what will our lease rate, will they extend a lease?
that's a great question. I don't have an answer for that because,
Well, we better have an answer pretty
Yeah.
damn quick.
yeah, we've been pushing hard and the land acquisition side of this unfortunately got a little bit crazy because we couldn't find the owner of the road on Village Drive. It separates and,
I
so.
do have a plan for worst case. I mean, worst case is we do have access to the 85 site right now. We could
Put up tents?
No,
yeah.
we'll take our current modular office
Mhm.
from the current 82 and move it over to that site and at least create a lean-to or something for the rig to park under in the meantime. That would be an ultimate worst-case scenario.
And there are companies that have established temporary firehouse
Yes.
kits, believe it or not. They're like tents, but I'm not looking to put our trucks in tents, but if we get to that point, we have alternatives.
Our current house, so-called, is a mobile home.
Correct.
That property that we're going to has no infrastructure currently on it.
That's correct.
We have to get that extended and have that all in place.
The infrastructure should be right across the street because the apartment complexes are there. So basically, we should just have to come across the street at worst.
Okay. Well, it'd be nice if we could stay where we're at.
I agree.
Yes, sir.
I just don't,
Now, the 85 site has nothing. You are correct. There we would have to extend everything to the 85 site.
Right.
well, we're not dealing with that right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's 2 years is an aggressive timetable.
Yeah.
You know,
Not having a
hope we
place to
can
keep
hit
our
it.
equipment's a kick in
If
the
anybody
pants.
can do it, it'd be Jody.
It'll be Jody, right? Okay.
I got this. We'll be fine.
Mr. Mayor, lunch is ready.
Okay, we'll finish this. Is there,
Is this the stopping point you were planning on?
Yes, sir, I did want to bring up one more item before we break now.
we break for lunch, again, I'll offer the public or staff the opportunity to weigh in, so choose. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just bring up one item, I thought it was gonna come up earlier, and I apologize for not jumping in, but, when we were talking about some of the space needs, we've been told there may be an interest in, an office for the council, whether it be in this building or elsewhere. We just wanted to follow up on that, get consensus, so we can have a direction one way or the other how to proceed with that.
The council has expressed its desire to have an office in this building, particularly with the new city manager coming in. I promised council that I would maintain regular hours, depending on my other schedule outside, because I do go to a lot of meetings outside. So my plan would be to, each week, according to what my open schedule is, to maintain office hours here as many days as possible.
But it would be a joint office, right?
But it would be in office. So I wouldn't be there the whole time, because if I have a Soloco meeting in Bluffton, you know, that day I may not be able to come at all, or I come for an hour. But the rest of the time, it'll be open for council use. If they want to meet with a resident, and occasionally I meet with a resident. I use the conference room now, but council wants to maintain a council, it's not a mayor's office, it's a council office. And they've asked me to maintain regular hours here in City Hall, particularly during the transition time of the new city manager.
We will, take a look and see what we can come up with.
Okay. And Mike was aware of that as well, so,
We just maybe got some mixed messages about what or where it should be, so that's, just want to clarify.
you know, something, 600-700 square feet for the office.
So Matt's, you want Mr. Davis's office? Yeah.
Well, you can build a Taj Mahal.
Yeah.
Steve already has the largest office in the city.
Talk about the Casa Bustio on your back, buddy. All right, we're gonna adjourn for lunch. Council, where's lunch gonna be?
We're gonna, back in there.
Okay,
What time do we come back?
council, when would you like to be back so we can notify
But thank you so much.
45 minutes?
Yeah, it's up to these folks. They're the ones that are gonna be waiting for us. Are you all comfortable with 35 minutes?
Why 35?
45?
Yeah, because it was really.
Okay, we're ready.
All right, y'all ready?
Yes,
we're ready. Yeah, go ahead.
Just again, Dylan's been here a few times to kind of give you an update along the way with the 278 corridor plan, study, which is, I'd just like to emphasize, is not being paid by us, so that's a good thing.
Kudos
But,
for that.
yeah, but Dylan has wrapped up the study, and he's gonna present his findings, and then we're gonna get, the final report here in the next week or two. And,
I've got the
yeah.
final.
So I'll turn it over to Dylan, and so we're gonna talk about that, and then we're gonna talk specifically about kind of, an approach we've taken with the various developers of, South Point, Morgan Track, and West Orange, and the John Smith 278 intersection. Kind of a plan going forward for that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dylan.
So, Dylan Turner with Kimley Horn, working with City of Hardyville to do the 278 corridor study that goes from 17 White Hardy all the way over to Argent. About 5-ish miles of road. So this just goes through, some of this will be a repeat from the last meeting, so it's kind of a refresher, and then we'll get into some more of the details and meat of the stuff. Study intersections, like I said, start over at White Hardy. We have the 2 I-95 ramps, Medical Center, John Smith, Brickyard, Latitudes, and then over to Auto Mall and Argent is where we ended. So what we found today, this is one that we've talked about a little bit before. Most of the intersections are over capacity today, so operating at level service E or F. And what lets us know our levels of service is your delay per vehicle. So how long are you sitting in your car waiting to make your movement is what justifies level of service. We know there's kind of two misleading things in a level service, so what our model looks at. So at Latitudes and Lakeside, because there's so much through volume on 278, that those delays aren't bad. Our delays are mostly in those left turns into the developments that then back out into 278. Today, city is currently working with Thomas and Hutton or Stantec to do some laneage improvements and design at that intersection, all the while working with SCDOT for some phasing improvements, because we know residents, based on our public meeting, if you're turning left from 278 onto Lakeside into the Hilton Head Lakes area, you absolutely have to gun it to get across the lanes because there's no arrow. And so we did see in our safety analysis some of those issues, and it has been brought up in several meetings with constituents all over this area about the need for that left turn arrow and phasing.
The back up at Lakeside Latitude Boulevard, in the mornings, it has green there now, but yesterday morning, and it's most mornings, it backs up past John Smith now.
It does.
Most every day.
Most every day, and that's a problem.
Right. And
Because it impedes traffic turning from 278 onto John Smith.
That's right. That's right. So that's part of this whole thing, and that is a great point that leads into what we're getting into a little bit later about our best friend 278 and the widening of it.
I like that.
Crash analysis. There, once again, a little bit of review here. 95 northbound ramps, it's a pretty heavy crash area. The reason being is the medical center signal is so close to the ramps, it backs up. So you get a lot of rear ends through there. So not a high crash severity of angles, but a lot of rear ending just from the close proximity of those two intersections. John Smith, unsignalized, we have more angle crashes, so people turning left and then getting hit by the opposing through. T-boned is, a term for that. At John Smith today, unsignalized, and then Argent is a very similar story to John Smith with the left turns, high crash severity. A little bit more rear ends here because everybody's well aware of that left turn back up too, of turning left from 278 onto Argent backs out. So we've got a crash issue here. Now, the good news is the signal for Argent and 278 is coming very, very soon. The not so good news is it's more of a Band-Aid and not a full fix of that. So just putting the signal there, a little bit of lane improvements it's going to be better than it is right now, but there's still more needed.
Minor lane improvements in meaning,
So what they're doing is they're gonna extend, it's a safety improvement, so there's just different budgets for this. So they're using the DOT safety budget for that. So installing the traffic signal and lengthening the left turn lane onto Argent is that improvement.
Is there a timetable, Dylan, yet? Or Matt?
When we started this project, it's any,
nobody bid on it.
when we started the project, it's any day now, and the answer still is any day now.
I'm gonna be dead any day now.
You know, I think it's a song
I
like that.
just think my dead day is gonna be before this light day.
So, yeah, and so that's state procurement.
Don't you worry.
Yeah.
We'll drive you,
Drive the hearse through.
Route through there, yes, just to stop at the light just for Mayor Harry.
So.
Well, that's the irony there, right? You get to run the red light when you're in a hearse. Sorry.
Great.
Yeah.
Ooh, feel the love.
That will, you know, that light is great right
Et tu,
there,
Brute?
Yeah.
but, you know, the afternoon, you're gonna have that backing up, going back east. It'll run back towards the light there
That's right.
by the gas station. And the backup on Argent is, you know, always gonna be a problem, no matter what.
Right, and so that's the two, we got into the long term, I'll get to that, but you're right, that's what I'm saying, it's a Band-Aid, it's gonna help, it's gonna stop the bleeding, but, you know, if you rip the Band-Aid off, it might bleed again, kind of thing. So there are some things that can be improved at that intersection, but the budget that's there set aside for this was let 2 years ago that nobody bid on, now is into a safety budget. It's a lower DOT funding, but at least it'll get the signal that's needed. I think I hit on high points there. Did want to point out to latitudes, it's kind of a deep red there. So some of our data goes back to prior to the signal being installed, because that signal is relatively new, a year, 2 years old, 2 years old now. And so we had a 5-year database for that. So we did see some safety improvements from some crash severities, but not a decrease in crashes. So when you install signal, you expect, you can fix angle, but you get more rear ends with the signal for that mainline stock.
Speed issue.
Dylan, Matt, and I've discussed with Matt that part of the backlog at that light that goes past John Smith is the fact that we need to fix those 2 turning lanes.
That's right.
What's the status of that?
Right.
And so Dylan said, we're working with Stantec. Actually, tomorrow, there's a meeting, Stantec has a meeting with, now it's DES, was DHEC. So hopefully we can get any remaining issues taken care of with that, with the permitting. But we should be able to put that out to bid really quickly. And by really quickly, I mean maybe probably within the next 2 months, I would think, we should be able to bid that project. And we do have DA funds available to do that. And that will be 2 turn, well, lengthen the existing lane and add a second one on both sides.
And adding.
Yes, sir. So there'll be dual, no, Latitude and Lakeside.
Yeah.
Yeah. Both
sides.
Yeah, both sides. DOT, even though 2 are not warranted right now on the Lakeside, DOT was amenable to letting us do, we said, look, if we're gonna be mobilizing people, it just makes more sense. And they were amenable to that. And with that, you will get your
Green light?
You will get your arrow.
Yes!
Yeah, you have to. So if you have 2 lanes, you have to.
Only 5 seconds, but you will get.
Oh, I can gun it in 5 seconds, buddy.
Well, you know, lately though, with all the traffic going in there in the mornings, trying to watch dump trucks and concrete trucks turn in there is a nightmare. And I feel for the guys. The one day I pulled out there and blocked traffic so the 3 of them could get through, because they had sat through 2 light cycles just to get through there. But if I don't have to sit on 278 anymore and waiting to turn in and looking in my rearview mirror, I'm gonna like that.
Yeah. All right, so this is our public meeting, what we heard. This is a review again. Traffic signal at Argent. Argent is a huge priority. When are we gonna widen 278? Is there potential golf cart access for Hilton Head Lakes and Latitudes? Being that Hilton Head Lakes has the golf courses, Latitudes does not, so any type of interconnectivity there. Green arrow for Hilton Head Lakes, so that's already been in the works. To preserve the historical land swamps, signal at John Smith, signal at White Hardy Boulevard, fix the ramps. We need some deceleration lanes, so going on to John Smith from 278. Multi-use paths, retail is needed, longer turn lanes needed. So a lot of this from that public meeting has already progressed a little bit. So we're getting the turn lanes with Stantec's projects going through the city, getting that green arrow for Hilton Head Lakes, and Signal Argent is coming with those safety funds from DOT. So in this multi-use path to retail is, we got a pretty large contingent from both Latitudes and Hilton Head Lakes to the meeting. And what their major complaint was, if I have to go to the grocery store, or if I've got to go pick up, some clothes or whatever, to go to Target or something like that, I've got to get in my car and go on 278. Or I've got to go towards Bluffton. I've got to get into Bluffton to do it because there's nothing local to this area. And so that was kind of one of the big things. And then if you get the retail, can they interconnect? Is there a way to connect those big residential hubs to these retail areas that might be coming with some planned developments we're going to talk about later, that they don't have to get in their car to do those type things. So really kind of thinking into the future for those developments. So our future condition analysis that we're going to go over here. So by 2030, of the developments we have, like each one of these developments has a very different tract, right? So they might not be on the site plan, but to normalize our data, we assumed by 2030, 25%, 2035, 50% of these developments listed, and then 2045, 100% would be built. Now, is that going to be the exact case? Not necessarily, but it's our best way to kind of project some stuff out to the future. So you can see the list of the tracks that we have, that Dalton over there kind of distributed all this stuff, put it all in, and got into our network to build these future conditions. All right, so there's another thing that I want to go back to. So at the end of this presentation, I think it's the last item on the agenda, there is a focus on Morgan Tract, West Argent, and South Point. And what their process to get approved through SCDOT is going to be and is currently ongoing different than what their approval needs to be for the city of Hardeeville. So DOT sometimes has to look at stuff in isolation. So right now, Hardeeville has West Argent, South Point, and Morgan Tract all submitting stuff to them for review or about to submit stuff to review. But the way DOT works, it says, I'm going to use West Argent as an example. So West Argent's doing their TIA. Morgan Tract and South Point aren't approved yet. So they actually don't have to consider the traffic of those two developments. Because if those two developments don't happen, then there's a chance that West Argent would be kind of footing the bill for a lot of stuff that may not be needed. And so what we then told those developments as part of this process was get the DOT approval, but to go through the approvals of the city of Hardeeville, you'll have to consider each other. You're all submitting for planning commission, council, et cetera, all generally at the same time. And so there's a Hardeeville approach summed up very, very well by Caitlin Love over at Access Engineering of generally what we've asked them to do. So they have these combinations of development, so Gateway Crossing, Car Tract, Morgan Tract, South Point, West Argent, so many other things. In addition to that, there's going to be a 3% non-specific growth onto US 278 that these developments are adding in. So our development, because we have a different horizon here and we considered even more developments they did, we had a little bit of a lower growth in this. There's a 1.5%. And then they talk about their peak hour factors used and heavy vehicles percentage used. So this is all bought in by Kimley Horn and Stan Tech for those to use. So this is kind of a unique one, and it might be the process going forward for most developments in Hardyville. That's to be determined, but for these three specific that are all right around each other and focused to John Smith, this is what those teams are doing. And so when you get submittals or they're coming before you for planning commission, this is stuff that we're reviewing for them. Moving forward, so.
Dylan, probably forget some of the names. Swigert is where?
That's the one off
That was
of,
Millstone Landing.
yeah,
That's Millstone
Yes, sir.
Landing off
Pine Arbor.
Plantation.
Pine Arbor, yeah.
And Inspired Living in Gray Track.
Great Tract is Royal Oaks, the one next to the school.
Okay.
Okay.
And Inspired
Inspired
Living.
Living.
That's behind the hospital,
Ah.
part of the
That's
coastal
the,
land
okay,
tract.
okay.
Oh, okay.
So we know where everything is then now.
I knew them by different names.
Right, we'll probably change names by the time this is.
And you know how good I am with names, thanks.
That's right, that's right. So there's, I mean, the moral story is a lot going on in Hardyville. So all this going on. So, and then on top of that, you've got the DOT project. That's coming through 2027, 2028 timeframe for the exit 8 improvements, which creates the diverging diamond. A few high points here. We'll get into with the concept as well. New signal at 17 and 278, creating the divergent diamond interchange, relocating the intersection of Medical Center further to the east, which will help with that spacing issue we talked about with the congestion right there at the ramps. Because today, those northbound ramps kind of back out, but it's just that timing of the signal there. Other kind of points with this proposed roundabout, we really would like more spacing between the interchange. So we did some modeling overall that roundabout operates well, but there might be queuing issues during those peak times just because of the proximity of those two intersections. So because it's not constructed yet, working with DOT on some of that to see what we can, if there's any possibility of moving it further north.
Just for a point, there behind the Fairfield Inn and Suites, there's also going to be, how many apartments did we approve for that?
350.
350, so that adds even more into that matrix
Yep.
for the roundabout.
Yep. So, yeah, look right here, in this one.
Yeah.
Yep, and all of this is proposed, and one of the good news is the starting of the widening of 278 starts through here, right? So they're doing a portion of it, and then taper it back down as you get towards John Smith. But hopefully, November, there'll be some money set aside through the sales tax referendum for the 278 widening, because it is definitely a need in the area. All right, so this slide just shows the absolute density of development that's planned through. This is a map by Thomas and Hutton on city's website. So, and this is stuff that we considered in this. So, West Argent, the Hilton Head Lakes build out, Peninsula Tract over here, Morgan Tract, the finalization of the Latitudes Margarita plus the Carr Tract. And so we have worked really, in South Point over on this side. So we have worked very closely with those teams, and I'll be very honest, the development teams have been very open to partnering with us. It's been a really good partnership through this. Some of the results, I think they've wanted to throw a book at me, but otherwise it's been really good of working together to get their volumes specific to this all together in our models to then project out for our future build conditions. And also we have to consider all the stuff along East Argent that could come down Argent in this section of 278. So all that was considered as well in our study. So what does this mean? If we throw everything on to 278 without widening it by 2030, so now just what, 5.5 short years away, everything fails. The whole system would fail. And with with those developments.
What does that mean exactly?
So that means that your delay you experience, so to put it into kind of that emotional term, you're gonna be frustrated no matter where you are. There's not gonna be a lot of times of those days that you're gonna have a smooth sail along 278. If you're on those side streets anywhere, you're gonna have even longer delays to wait to make your turns just because you're, sometimes I like to describe traffic a little bit like an artery, right? You know, it can have a good flow in it, but then you start eating those fatty foods, the stuff starts clogging it up, and then there's a certain point that it breaks and it's really bad for you. That's what we're doing if we don't do anything, which is why we're here, is to do some stuff. And some of the developments in the area are also doing stuff. So this is more of a FYI, if we don't do thing on 278, keep it as 4 lanes, we're in bad shape.
You're a ray of sunshine today. So, I mean, you're talking 5.5 years.
That's right.
Wow.
Even if we started tomorrow, we would probably still be
That's so
hard
wild.
pressed. Yeah.
Yep. And so the goal would be, we know this is coming. The goal is to get those solutions in as quickly as we can. So there will be obviously some ramp up time of getting hopefully the 278 widening, which really hopefully starts with 278 referendum, sales tax referendum, to get that funding to the side. This was one of the projects on there. So go ahead and get that process going, because it's a need. And it's a need exclusive of a lot of the developments in the area too. So it is not the developments in Hardyville that are like the sole reason. It's the traffic going to and from Bluffton. It's the traffic going to and from Hilton Head, because this is the way. This is the way to connect Beaufort and Jasper counties and the traffic flowing through. And right now, this section of Hardyville is a lot of residential, right? So that's the most, there's other small commercial up towards 95, but as it exists right now, it's more of a residential thing. That's a lot of commuting traffic as well.
So within the next 5 years, there are, on either side of the Latitude Light, large commercial tracts that we're actively trying to develop.
Right.
The 72 acres in Margaritaville and the 25 acres across the street.
There's a residential component between Hilton Head Lakes and Prime Storage that will also be
And that's in 300 units there.
with curb cuts.
So with curb cuts.
With curb cuts.
So and this is just a general statement. The solution to many people right now is saying, stop building until the roads are fixed. And we can, well, and the pressure on this council is gonna be, if the development comes in, South Point, put a moratorium and say no until the road's fixed. I'm not saying one thing or another, but that's a large element of the city in the region, what they're saying. Stop it until you fix the roads, okay? Then, of course, if the referendum fails, now all hell's broke loose because you don't have the money. And then the people saying stop the building get even louder. And I'm not, this is not a value judgment, I'm just saying to us as a council, this is what we're going to be faced with in the future when these developments come in. Because although there's PDDs, let's say the Morgan Tract, South Point, more on West Argent, they're gonna be coming in for master plans. And when they come in, public's gonna say, stop them, hold them off, because we don't have water, sewer, or roads to accommodate it. And the power grid is becoming more and more stressed. Again, I'm not espousing anything here, this is a forewarning of what we as a city and we as a council together are going to be faced with from an element of the public.
I mean, we hear it every day, almost
We're
every
hearing
day,
it.
we hear it.
We're hearing it now.
Yeah, about stop the development, stop the development, stop the
And
development.
as we've had a pretty, last year was a big year in terms, we had 6,000 master plans come in. we really haven't had that many this year. Which means this could be the lull before
lull.
the storm. Morgan was sold this year, South Point's gonna come, so.
The potential increase in the water hookup fees are going to drive developers this much
To
faster.
move, try to accelerate their.
Sure.
Their plans to get it around us, so we need to, and staff, we're gonna need your help a lot. How do we deal with these questions and issues that affects everybody? And November's gonna be a big piece to that puzzle.
Just for a point, the 5-year failure, is that based upon the estimated 3% growth, or is that just gonna happen with or without any growth?
That, let me just go back to a little bit of a slide, but that's with 3% growth and 25% of the developments in that area. So this might be a little bit on the aggressive side, because we're saying that all the 14 or so approved developments that we had, 25% of them are developed and on the roads at that point. So that does go into, that's just all of our projection basis. We're trying to make this the best that we can.
If you
So,
talk to most of the citizenry right now, they'll tell you 278 fails right now. Right now, they say it fails.
and what we've got is really, we don't have a lot of green as is. So this is now, right? So this is without the 3%, without the 25% of those other developments. So we talked about the Green here Lakeside, Medical Center, 95 ramps, southbound ramps, and then 17 White Hardy Boulevard. And this is, when we go to this first slide of the future here, it's with no improvements, just keeping everything as is. So this, everything just stays, it's an assumption that nothing happens, kind of thing. And so we just keep, our only green now is at the Medical Center signal.
Dylan, when you identify those as level service F, is that how much of the day?
It's the peak hours. This is
Yeah, I think that's important.
7 to 9 a.m. and 4 to 6 p.m.
Yeah.
At some hour between there.
So John Smith Road,
Yes.
which we're all familiar with, is at level of service F now.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I probably could have told you that with that.
Yeah.
Certainly at F every time I go by it.
Yeah. But here's the good news, so I don't have to be Debbie Downer for the full day.
Been waiting for some.
If we get 278 widened, and so having it by 2030 is a pretty aggressive schedule, but maybe, right? If we get 278 widened with that exact same traffic volume there, and putting in the other approved knowns that we know of, a Signal Argent, Signal John Smith, we have a lot more green, right? So that's just the impact of widening and some intersection improvements at these locations. We'll say too, Medical Center Drive and John Smith, Medical Center Drive is being looked at by South Point. They're going above and beyond the improvements that DOT had. They've got an additional improvement to help with that. John Smith Road, West Argent, South Point, Morgan Tract are all kind of working together at this time to make some improvements to that intersection as well. I don't think anything's been fully committed to yet. I think they're working through that process, but they're all currently working together to make that red a green in the future.
And Dylan, one thing, we have a tendency, we talk and we think, okay, tomorrow it'll all be done. But even with the sales tax referendum, keep in mind, that's a $470 million program. 20% of every dollar is going to go to green space. The plan right now is to build when they collect. And certainly if the second referendum, the bonding side of it fails, they're going to have no choice but to do it that way.
Yeah.
Which means 278 widening may not be the first dollar collected. And they don't even start collecting till May 25. So it could be years before the money for the widening is collected, much less than the years on top of it to build. So we're really talking long-term here. So when we, again, it comes back, and I'll bring up South Point as an example. When these individual projects come in, and they are gonna put added stress in this, we have to keep in mind that even if it passes in November, the fix is years out. And these individual things are gonna add pressure in the short term until the long-term fix gets done. It's something to keep in our minds as, you know, because we've got some tough things coming up in the future.
The mayor mentioned the possibility of the retail development on both sides of 278, close to the Lakeside Latitude Boulevard.
That's right.
You know, that's the Latitude side. There's 2 curb cuts that are already there in the Sutton property. Those are already there. Right across from that, then they're gonna be talking with the apartments, which remained in Jasper County. We had no say-so, no input on that. They've given them, what, 2 or 3 curb cuts over there?
Brandon, do you remember, is it 3?
I thought it was 2,
2 plus
the one at the end.
on to Brickyard.
Yeah.
One was a right in, right out, and one was more of a full access,
Full making a left.
if I remember
So
correctly.
it's 3, it's a total of 3 access points, 2 of which will be new.
But from what I understand, that has not gone through everything it needs to go through to get permitted, so I wouldn't say those accesses are definite at this
We
point.
know how they feel about acceleration
Great
lanes, so
big
that's
rubber
how.
stamp that's up in Ridgeland, I don't know why.
I was thinking about
you would expect
DOT,
that.
not Ridgeland.
You know, no, we all know how DOT is about acceleration lanes. They just
Don't like 'em.
they just don't like it. So therein lies the problem. You know, without any changes, I see the failure rate not in 5 years. I really don't, if they start to either one of those developments.
Failure is 5 years, Steve, but the fix is 10 years.
Yes, yeah.
And there are other buckets of funding out there for 278, that if the sales tax was to not go through, there's other things that, you know, could pursue with partners across both counties, municipal governments, the COG, DOT, maybe the feds. Feds is probably gonna go as far as they will with the Exit 8 project. But maybe there's other funding, but a good quick path forward that we've got now is the sales tax referendum.
It's
And
possible, Dylan, that also that, you know, monkeys will fly out of the air. But to think that we're gonna get federal, state, or low-cog money is just something, being realistic, we all live in this state. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. All the DOT money that they said, oh, when you say we need money down this end of the state, they'll say, how about the $500 million we're spending on I-95?
Right.
And that's their answer. I know that's the answer.
Right.
You know, trying to get an exit 3 that has economic benefit, you know, we're scrambling to find $30 million. Finding $500 million for this area isn't gonna happen.
What's this? That's 2045?
This is 2045 with some other improvements, intersections too. So this is the assumption, we're still in 6 lanes, but then there's other intersection improvements. So in the next, I'll go through some concepts next that have short-term, long-term. The only one that I'll say we've gone over this last time is the John Smith one, that if other things don't happen in the area, which are planned. So that's Bluffton Parkway extension, the frontage road that would run from Minto over to South Point that kind of fronts 278. Those are all pulling traffic away. So there's a concept I'm going to show you that's going to be our Cadillac option that may not be needed if it's kind of an if-then statement. So we'll show it because the short-term works that we're going to show you if other things occur down the road. So we're looking out 2045 and maybe we'll be in the Jetsons and have our flying cars by then, who knows? But if things go out by now and things kind of stay that status quo, there's a big improvement that could be needed at John Smith. But I would show it as hey, this could work. But it's basically creating one intersection into a lot of different smaller intersections. But we'll get to that.
I just want to make a quick point that, even if we stop this development, that background traffic is still going to continue to grow on 278, where we already have a problem, we already have failing intersections at points. And if that does happen, then we lose that time where we are getting intersection improvements by those various developments, and we are not collecting money from development fees that we can then, put towards 278 widening, because that's going to be, there's going to have to be a local contribution to that as well. So I just want to point that out, that if we do nothing, we do nothing. We don't advance our cause. So it's just something to think about also as you consider all this.
Well, it's the same conundrum, you have to build to get the money.
That's right.
Then what do you do after?
But,
The money
again,
comes after the build is needed.
when you already have 15,000 homes approved, should you approve it? And this is a rhetorical question, it's just something we're gonna be faced with. You got enough coming from the 15,000, why approve another 15,000 until you get it fixed? But again, November is gonna make the answer to that rhetorical question a little bit more clear. But it's not gonna be easy in the next year.
If I remember, Mayor, if both pass and everything is out there, there's a subcommittee to decide to prioritize which ones. I believe that
Subcommittee, which
you-
is in the ordinance,
Yes.
is both mayors, county council chair, and a member of the school.
So there is no guarantee, even if everything passes, that this could be a priority.
Wait, there's certainly gonna be a struggle on what comes first.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Give an example. What comes first? This or Argent Boulevard? Certainly the people of Sun City and Riverton Point and all the rest of East Argent's gonna say Argent Boulevard. Margaritaville people may say 278.
That's right.
The downtown people may say 278 and John Smith Road. So everybody's gonna want, so that's not gonna be an easy task.
That's just Hardyville. You gotta take in, you got the Ridgeland and everybody else up there.
And then North.
They're gonna want their section of the money too.
There's $10 million for Levy Road. Those roads are awful.
Yeah.
So they're certainly gonna want that first 10 million to go to Levy Road. So it's.
Let's see your mitigation concepts, because we were probably gonna need them.
All right, so we're gonna start over at 17 and 278. So you can see over here is kind of the tapering of the DDI over. This does take into account the travel center that's planned over here, just off screen on 17. So this is oriented with north being facing east, so if we just kind of flipped it that way, counterclockwise. This is going towards Hardyville this way to the south. So dual rights, left turn, development of dual rights here through lane, and then dual lefts off of 17, and a traffic signal there. This was looked at as a roundabout and a traffic signal, and the roundabout worked pretty well in the short term, but then as you went out to longer term, it failed, and so the signal gives a little bit more adaptability to those longer term.
There's a lot of commercial traffic on 17. The logging trucks, they just love to have a roundabout.
Oh, well, you haven't seen nothing yet. Wait till you get 2.5 million square feet of warehousing from Project 95 going there.
Bill, is that a
To
DOT
a
project?
question,
Is that part
Brian.
of the widening?
The signal is a part
is that
of
right?
the DOT project, that's right.
Dylan, with these road improvements, these are not part of DOT.
The signal is, not all of them, it's actually a
But the
combo.
lane improvements.
Yeah, so the signal is, but the lane improvements more comes from that travel center.
The
plan.
travel center will take care of that?
Yeah, that's in their, that's in their stuff.
Yeah.
So this is not, it's clear on the PowerPoint, but I don't want to go on there. So these improvements, about, that number up here is about $5.3 million and infrastructure improvements at that intersection short term. I'll say we have the opinions of probable construction cost, OPCCs. These are using DOT standards and us measuring stuff off of our design files. We have them for the short term. The longer term, we haven't developed them for yet. It's more just kind of what are we looking at in these short-term needs of financials, and what these kind of also give an idea of what those developments are providing too, as far as some of these infrastructure improvements. Long-term, not a big difference. We're just adding an additional left turn lane on 278 to go south towards Hardyville. And that one, got to work within the railroad easements there, probably have to work with the railroad as we look out. But that's if things develop, monitor the signal and know that this is something that could be coming long-term. All right, we're pretty familiar with this. There's only one modification that's suggested from what the DOT IMR has and what we're kind of proposing long-term. Whereas this outer lane they have as an exclusive left to go this way. We'd like it to be like a shared through left, so that we can keep that third through lane going along 278. That's the only modification, and I believe, I'm not working directly on that, but I'm pretty sure the travel center going in over here is also looking at that improvement to work with DOT on. Next is just the relocation of medical center. So just off screen here is where it is today, the traffic signal. Relocating it further to the west, creating the frontage road, which would then get you into or backage road, excuse me, which then gets you into the McDonald's gas stations, the end market over there. Also South Point utilizing this intersection as well as part of their access. So they know, they're aware, our conversations with them too is like, okay, they get the master plan approved, but they're probably gonna have to supplement each part of their development with the TIA because their master plan assumes that this is in place. And then once they go for each individual development piece of South Point, you know, if they're expecting traffic here and it's not there, then they've got to phase it. So maybe the first couple phases of South Point is, and they've talked to us too, is only off of John Smith to start.
Maybe that's the last thing you do.
Which is what?
Put curb cuts on John Smith Road. It's already failing.
There, South Point, West Argent, Morgan Tract are all working together now on improvements for John Smith. And South Point does have some pretty substantial improvements to John Smith to receive dual lefts. So they'd be widening John Smith for their development too. So they would be doing it all. We'll talk about it kind of at the end of this, but they'll be doing traffic signal, laneage improvements, widening, all this kind of stuff for John Smith.
Parallel road too, running through the development too.
Yeah, it's like a
John
spine.
Smith, that'll
That's why
take some of that bleed
That's why I
off.
thought we needed a workshop.
Yeah.
So,
So that means all those beautiful trees on John Smith's gonna go?
so widen John Smith, anything that would be on that frontage part to make it operate with the stuff. If there's trees right on the right of way or in the clear zone, I don't know how far off they are from the right of way today, but if it's widened and they are in that clear zone, then it will likely be removed.
The short answer is yes.
So there goes another scenic road.
You can go to Levy and ride around.
You mean change my suspension?
So these improvements.
Not if the sales tax goes through.
Yeah.
That's right, you have new roads down there.
Is that's showing an enlarged roundabout there for the increase?
Yeah, and so like what the kind of good news about the roundabout and its proximity to the signal is the people that are gonna queue up will back up into here, which is good news. The only thing will be inconvenient is depending on the traffic off of Brickyard, which is now projected to be pretty low. West Argent has a very minimal amount of traffic going to and from. It's not a heavy flow through here. That if this lane was to back out into here and block this up, then they could turn in here and start gumming the roundabout up a little bit.
Okay, school traffic, buses,
Yeah.
using that intersection?
They could, yeah. Yeah, this would be designed to handle those design vehicles, because you've got hospital deliveries, you've got the buses, you've got so much other, the trash trucks, et
Yeah,
cetera.
well, you're gonna have 345 apartments that we know of, plus the Farino development. There's gonna be a lot more
Right.
going down past the hospital.
Right. Those improvements came in at about 6.5 million. In this, I'll say too, when we get to John Smith, which is here, that our OPCC is gonna be exclusive of the widening of 278. So this would just be for signals, turn lanes, all the stuff that's planned. And the current ask with the developers of South Point, Morgan Tract, West Argent, is if they're going through design for these for permitting, that they're allocating width for the widening of 278 in their designs. And so all that has not been formally agreed to yet, but it's part of the ask. So John Smith, I'll circle back to this when the mayor gets back, but the South Point had recommended dual lefts. So from 278 coming from Bluffton onto John Smith. Now they've got, initially they had an access that was really, really close to the signal. They've got to have at least 1,000 feet of run of the receiving lane before they could taper back down. But really that widening 4-lane of John Smith, we're staying within the right of way. Let me look on my laptop just to kind of answer your question about the trees.
The widening of John Smith to 4-lane looks fine, but that bridge isn't gonna be 4-lane.
It's gonna taper back down before the bridge.
4 lanes that far down.
Yeah, that's right. So we wouldn't need the 4-lane that far.
But wouldn't that cause a bottleneck though?
Because
Going from
It's a
full,
lot of the traffic.
back,
Yeah.
gradual.
gotcha.
But
Yeah, it
also-
would disperse in before.
Let's understand something. The widening of John Smith Road, other than what the proposed
Right.
improvements are, is not in the transportation sales tax. So we can put it as a hypothetical, but even if that transportation sales tax, there's no money to widen John Smith Road.
The money would come in from the development. So like,
For the whole length of
not the whole length
John
of John Smith, just for at least to get the receiving lanes and storage that they need. So in their TIAs, they've got, so like South Point, for example, had the 2 lefts coming from 278 down John Smith. You have to widen to receive that other left, right? Because it's only 1 lane now, so they have to widen. And then they've got the widening for their turn lanes and storages up at the signal itself, too.
But not
And
knowing how
also
far
that
past it.
little corner there, before you get, there's the power easement, right?
Yeah.
That
Right here.
corner, where's the wetlands?
So we have, off screen, they kind of scoot back this way, but we're pretty dry based off of our
that blue.
GIS, yeah. Our GIS here has wetlands, and there are wetlands up here, and then if you're talking about.
I have a suggestion, although it's all part of this conversation. We, earlier today, said we would have a workshop on South Point's, it's all part of this, it's specifically for this. So we can beat this horse to death, but we really need to have this workshop rather than spend a lot of time on it today. Come visit it in its entirety at the workshop, because I have some serious doubts that all the things you're saying will not get a yes vote from me. Then 2 years ago, it's certainly hearing what I'm hearing and tearing down all the trees. So far, nothing I've heard gets a yes out of me, so that workshop should be held separately.
I heard rumors that workshop next Thursday. I won't be here next Thursday. I'll be traveling for work, so if Dalton Mike could cover, or if we want me to be there, just have to be at a different date.
Don't care whether it's you or Dalton.
That's right.
Somebody needs to be.
That's right.
Dalton, you're in trouble now.
Yeah.
You're on the hook now.
Enjoy your other obligations.
That's right. So yeah, and a big part of this too is West Argent we've kind of changed up their plan a little bit. Instead of creating that new connection point to create a T here, we've asked them to realign Road A, which will be like now John Smith. So
I can't wait for this public hearing.
So is this the same Road A that we were talking about
Road
with
A is
Leno
not
and
A,
all of that?
Road AA.
Yeah, okay.
So that will come out, okay, so the cancer center is there and our new lumber company is right across the road.
That's right.
Is that where it's gonna come out at?
That's what he's saying.
Yeah, because what we had.
The cancer center and the Four Corners Builder Supply.
That's right.
Right. So we're right now with where this stuff is planned,
Right.
we're gonna be very close to the
To
solar.
come down that, I know there's a
Okay.
road back there somewhere.
Just lose the solar panels.
So yeah, we then connect back to Brickyard, the intersection, and then they were looking at where kind of their access to West Argent and its connection to Brickyard at that existing roadway. They're working through a few different alignments. I don't know if they've settled on something final. But what we found, the reason that we've asked Road A to move over was if they built the signal as planned just off screen here to the west, that we were gonna have queuing issues all through their signal, right? And so while their signal might have shown good levels of service, if you look at this as a full corridor, you were gonna have queues back through their signal, so then it doesn't operate well, right, during those peak times.
Elimination of the access point at Brickyard onto 278 further down by Prime Storage would make sense then, direct that traffic down to a lighted intersection.
We have Brickyard going to right in, right out, so like keeping its connection as is, but not keeping it full movement. So, that you could go, if you're coming from Bluffton, you could still turn right onto Brickyard, but you wouldn't be able to turn left.
Can you educate the drivers down here about that fact? They don't seem to pay attention much now anyway.
Well, the median would close.
Yeah, the meeting would close up and stuff for that, to get permitted.
So then there will be a deceleration and an acceleration lane in order for those folks going to Brickyard to turn that right and then make a right,
You
correct?
have a decel, but you
And-
wouldn't get the XL, DOT. So we have, this is one that came from South Point. And if we can get this to work, because it's kind of an acceleration lane, but we have quite a bit of length. So South Point has this northbound right free flow with an add lane. So you actually see it widens up to 4 lanes through this section. So that was in their TIA. It works with and without it as far as level service goes. It just works better with the acceleration lane. And so that's one that you'd have to work with DOT. Those developments would work with DOT on if they would be allowed or not. But we showed it's working pretty well.
Morgan with their access points.
That's right. And Morgan's access points through anything in that section. We're gonna have this in the plan, but it's not necessarily in our study area. Morgan Tract, to get to the cost of this, it's about another 6.5 exclusive of 278. So it does not include 278 widening. So those 3 developments right now are working with the city on this, like a cost sharing agreement, basically.
18 million?
Over about 6.5 is our estimate. Now, they may go get another estimate, because this is coming from bid pricing through DOT. So if they go to a contractor, they can get much more of a concrete cost, whereas ours is just using bid estimates and much less line items than a contractor would use.
They're working together to share between the two of them?
Three right now. West Argent, South Point, Morgan Tract are working. I don't think anything's been signed, but they are working together on it. And I will say too, Jennifer's in the room. Hey, Jennifer. We worked at looking at consolidating. So Morgan Tract has signalized access on 278 between Latitudes and John Smith. And that signal is critical as well. So that's one that's critical. So we're able to make Road A work with the realignment over because of queuing. Jennifer did some modeling that if we don't have their access to a spine road, because their spine road connects 278 over to 46 as well through the development. And so it's not shown on this, it'll be in our final report of that location of the signal. And we do recommend that one to stay into their report as a new access point along 278.
That we won't-
Brickyard?
What's that?
You're talking Brickyard?
No, it's not directly adjacent to Brickyard, but it creates the new leg, Spine Road, 278, just off, where am I? Here we go, Cadillac. So just off screen here, kind of, or like over in this area, is where their signalized access would be. And there's no current connection north over to Brickyard, but there might be one coming in the future with it.
So a light up the hospital roundabout.
That's right.
A light there, a light. Val, you won't need an acceleration lane because the traffic's all gonna only be going 35 miles an hour.
So,
That many lights along that, we've talked about that. You put the more lights in, it's.
might help. 35, it's not bad. Crash severity goes down a little bit.
If you're going to work, it's 35. 35 is a good number.
All right, so this is that long-term plan of if nothing changes, if no other connectivities happen, if these developments occur like projected, we have these displaced left turns. So this is a Cadillac of an intersection, but it gives us a really good level of service. So it's, you keep your signal here, but if you're going left onto Road A or John Smith Road to the north, you actually come this way, you cross this direction to 278, and you then, so it's basically splitting the intersection up into these mini intersections that kind of disperses the delay all over. So this is a very good option from level of service. It's a terrible option from right-of-way with, it's a very big intersection. It would take right-of-way from Morgan Tracks. It would heavily impact the new logging facility there. So I think this is much more of a pie-in-the-sky alternative. But I will say that if I go back to short-term, that if a Bluffton Parkway extension were to occur, or we get that frontage road that goes from the Minto property all over, we can salvage this intersection because the F we get, if we don't have those things happen, it's not the worst F, it's still an F, we don't want Fs. We're trying to steer clear of Fs, but it's not gonna be like this horrible thing. So this option is something that could fix it, but this comes with a whole nother set of right-of-way issues. I'm gonna very much be honest and say this isn't a very realistic option without very, very substantial right-of-way acquisition, et cetera, but it's something that could be done from level service.
Bluffton Parkway extension is never gonna happen.
Well, I was gonna ask that question too, Steve. You referenced it a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
What does that have to do with this?
It's pulling traffic away from 278 to get to 95, right? So right now, 278 is realistically the only option of getting to I-95 if you're living in that Sun City area or along that 170 corridor. And so what the goal of the Bluffton Parkway is a southern connection over to the new exit 3. So it's that additional.
He has a different plan.
I have a different plan than going through the contract that we're working with the COG on right now.
You got a way to get across that New River that.
That's part of,
That's
part of the low-cog traffic study for that whole corridor of 315 to
That's right.
170.
Okay, thanks.
That's right. So we're basically, I can pull it up actually.
You don't need to. I just haven't been informed of it this time.
Yep. All right, so Brickyard is our least complex, but this is, we're talking about the right in, right out. So just coming in and converting that existing intersection to right in, right out with that decel lane that you had mentioned. Just no acceleration on. We'll say too that it's not uncommon, it's just that the volume we have on 278, that these side streets do operate at a level service F, but once again, we have to sometimes take these level service Fs with a grain of salt, that it's not, if we had a left turn allowed out of here, you would never be able to make your left,
No.
this being unsignalized.
On the Morgan Track side there, right in, right out.
Yeah.
Okay, that hopefully will connect to a spine road or a
The
service road.
spine road's gonna be over more left off the screen. So they've already got their spine road plan, that's what we're saying, their traffic signal is off screen here.
Where will that road then connect? On the Morgan Track side, this side over here?
It's just an internal road. I don't know if they want to answer that question. They are
Are
here.
you looking at the far eastern one?
We're looking at Brickyard
Yeah,
Passage.
that's our first entry point into the first two phases of development.
Okay, it's just strictly an
Well, it comes in and it will tie back into the.
To the spine road
future road.
eventually.
Okay.
Right, so about that access.
All right, 278 latitude, short term. A lot of this is going on right now with what Santec's working on, which is awesome. So then we're looking at short term, but dual lefts going on towards Hilton Head Lakes, dual lefts from 278 down into Margaritaville and Car Tract. So there are some modifications that were planned with the traffic study for the Car Tract of dual lefts through and dual rights coming off of that side street. And they do have width in their bridge for these improvements, so that was already vetted through. And so that's part of the ultimate improvements for the Car Tract. Short term, and then our longer term was not popular last time. I don't think it'll be popular again this time, but it's what can work. Is just to disallow the throughs going back and forth between Hilton Head Lakes and Latitudes. So it's called a through cut. And so what we do know in that is, I mentioned it earlier, with Margaritaville, we know there's no golf courses down there. You have the golf courses at Hilton Head Lakes. So we know people are making that through movement. Right now in this peak hours, it was relatively low. So this is a peak hour fix, but if we look at the full day, this likely isn't going to be needed. But it's an option for those peak hour conditions to get the level service A's or B's. But once again, if things don't occur as we have, this short-term option is going to be great. And if we were to do a through cut, we would very much so be looking at alternative connections. So is it like Sun City has now? Is there a golf cart bridge that goes across 278? Who knows? Some type of something to go across to make those connections.
I'm sure Minto would love to put a bridge over there.
Yeah? No, Lennar and them over on their side.
They'll chip in together.
Each build
I'm sure
halfway.
they will.
I can just say, if you limit access across,
Hilton Head Lakes, we don't get anything out of Minto, so we have to get a passport stamped at the gate in order to get in there, so.
You're all will.
you're on my list, you get it. I understand what you're saying.
It's all about phasing for the signal.
It truly is, but how will people access that? I agree, golf cart access across the road is not feasible, that's not something there. But I don't like the idea, if I wanna go over to Val's house or someplace over there, I'm gonna have to go out and turn left or right, go down and make a U-turn, which is not the most safe thing in the world either.
Also, there's another element. If we do pass the sales tax referendum and the widening of 278 eventually happens, Dylan, maybe you can answer this question. They're not gonna widen out, they're gonna cut the median, is that?
Yeah, there might be sections that they would have to kind of widen out 278. It all depends on what those sections are. So this one, we have the dual lefts, those dual lefts are gonna cut into the median, right?
Right.
And so then we might have to look at asymmetric or symmetric widening on 278 in this section. Other sections is probably gonna cut into the median as much as they can.
So the reason I asked that question is because if you now create these, median cut U-turns, you're not gonna have the width of the median that you have today, so that's gonna make those.
So I go all the way down to Argent's turn
even,
and cut back.
even worse.
Yeah, that's, but the fire truck, it can come across. It doesn't, it has the right to go back and forth.
Yeah. After a half hour, they get the traffic to stop.
Yeah. All right, I understand what you're saying there. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. And then this gets us into Argent. So this can get us level of service A and B, so we have the widening of 278, we have the traffic signal. We're also getting into the other big project, exclusive this is the widening of Argent, right? So we will need the dual lefts coming from Hardyville towards Bluffton. So dual lefts to get up, but to do that, you have to have that receiving lane. So you have to widen to receive that lane, just like we did at John Smith. So widening to go back up this way, and then the need for dual right turns. Because those turns now, that has to be one of the heaviest right turns in the state. Like, it is insane. That's there now. And same with those lefts. So really your big movement of turning is this left and right here, so dual lefts, dual rights. The safety project, I can't recall off the top of my head, they might be doing an additional right turn lane. Dalton's shaking his head, so I think they are. So the additional right, so dual rights off of Argent.
AutoNation,
Yes.
I see only one access point for the folks.
Yep. So
Right
they
in,
would
right
be-
out. Have they been made aware of this? And I'm looking at it from their point of view.
Yep.
My customer comes in there and he wants to leave and he wants to go back east.
Mhm.
He's gonna drive all the way down to Margaritaville and have to go in and make a U-turn and come back out. Or he's gonna go into Hilton Head Lakes. That doesn't seem real,
So with
realistically.
with
And I-
theirs, yeah.
Yeah, I understand, that access that they have over on Argent is a mess right now, but if I was the president of AutoNation and you showed me this, I'd probably be throwing you out of my office. Because that would impede my business too immensely, and it would make it a dangerous situation.
Yep. I would argue the same, that keeping it full movement, having left turn across 6 lanes would be pretty dangerous too.
I understand that too.
And so I know exactly your point. So when we put these together, we know that it's not gonna be the one size fits all of this. So one of the things that we could look at in modifying is what's called an R-cut. So we can allow you to turn left in here. That left out unsignalized just isn't gonna.
Understand, I'm just saying, I'm
So
being the
that's-
devil's
let's
advocate
make a
there,
note
because
of
it,
that, just to see if we get rid of
That, Steve, they have interior roads that can.
This side does, this side does not.
That doesn't.
they have interior roads, but it will not exit back out onto Argent Boulevard anymore.
It'll come up here to Argent to tie in right up here.
You're
to-
gonna keep that intersection there for
Yeah.
them to go in and out?
So right in, right out off of 278. Now this side, this dealer, looks like got a pretty big delivery that day. There's a lot of cars on that lot.
He has a big inventory.
Yeah. This dealer, unless something was to connect, it's really wet down here, but if you're able to connect over, there's the signal that's at Walmart. The county is currently working to move that over to New River Parkway. And so when we get to our long term of Argent, it is not allowing the left out, so no more left turns from Argent on the 278, because they'll have that connectivity over to New River Parkway. Ultimately, the volumes that we have here,
New River Parkway is a private road, isn't it?
that's all getting kind of vetted right now. It's currently private. The county's working with AECom on some projects of moving the signal that's at the Walmart now and over to New River. And honestly, from a connectivity piece, that makes a ton of sense. Now it's just the getting it to work piece is the next. But they're currently doing the designs for it and gonna go through that process. Ultimately, what's kind of needed here based off of our left turn volumes and our right turn volumes, if we could grade separate, right? So if we took the 278 lefts over 278, so imagine a bridge kind of coming like this way and over and tying back in, that's kind of what we're at volume-wise. So the issue is we would just move all that free flow traffic to Argent and New River, and then that gets gummed up and starts queuing back this way. And so that's ultimately why we're keeping the traffic signal here, is to provide those breaks in between the two intersections, so we can get some type of movements between them.
The county wants to move the light to
The east,
New
yeah.
River
Yep.
Parkway, right?
Yep.
Will there continue to be the road there coming out of Walmart?
I believe they'll have it. It might be a limited access. I don't know that plan.
Because right now,
Mhm.
I don't know what the crash data is, But it's
Discussed it.
fairly frequent. And that's with a light.
Yeah.
Now, you're gonna have that road, all those people, they're not gonna go down the New River, and especially if they're gonna make the right. You're still gonna have a lot of people coming out of Walmart, CVS, Publix, using that road, and now they're gonna come out of an intersection without a light. It'll be bad with a light.
The
It'll
median
be some
is-
type of, it'll probably close the median. It'll most likely be limited access, so like what we talked about
Close the median.
here, yeah, they'll close the median in. So it'll be the right in, right out, or R-cut, three-quarter turn, leftover, whatever term you want to
I
use
think
for
that's
it.
what they were talking about.
Yeah,
Is that what they're okay.
yeah. I feel like they'd have
I
to.
think that's
use
what.
That's why I asked if they were gonna maintain that as a road.
So,
What year is this projected?
2045.
2045, we will
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, I won't be driving by. Well, maybe I will
You're gonna
be,
get killed in an accident.
maybe I will be driving and you're not gonna want me driving by.
Yeah, that's the 35 mile an hour, right? All right,
Yeah, my
so.
around scooter goes that fast.
That's right. So the next part I want to get into is what I've mentioned a few times of working with West Argent, South Point, and Morgan Tract on John Smith Road and 278. Like I said, to start, all three developments have been great partners with the city of Hardyville on this to provide data so that Dalton and myself can do a lot of data crunching. So this is what West Argent's looking like at full build out. So at their full build out for the entire development, about 20,000 daily trips, 1,300 AM trips. Now I'm gonna round that up to 1,700 PM trips. So very, very significant trip volumes going through. And I'll say these are totals, so this is ins and outs together. From their trip gen, South Point, about 42,000 daily trips, 1,200 AM trips, and just about 2,000 PM trips total. And then Morgan Tract provided us their totals for AM and PM, so 3,000 AM trips and 4,000 PM trips. Morgan Tract is connecting to both 46 and 278, so not all of that volume goes on to like John Smith 278. It's only a portion of it. So what we did was, so we took their trip gens, they all gave us their trip assignments. And so our next slide is telling us what their contributions are at 278 and John Smith. So West Argent is about 36.5% of the volumes, of the new volumes. So this is kind of excluding any background traffic. This is just for these three developments and what their impacts are to the intersections. So West Argent 36.5, and this is between the AM and PM peak hours together. South Point 27%, and Morgan Tract 36.5%. That's what the development plans we have right now. If something changes, obviously these percentages would change, but from the data we have right now, this is where we're at. So generally speaking, there's obviously some 6.5% to move each way. It's about a third, generally speaking, between those developments. And so what the current ask has been from Hardyville, and I don't know if the memos have been sent over to those developments, and if some of them are here today so they could tell us, is there's this. There was an ask initially, hey, Hardyville, can you contribute to some of the design? Really, Hardyville's contribution comes through the widening 278. So these are for the lantage improvements. This is for the design of these short terms, the dual lefts, the receiving lanes on John Smith, some John Smith improvements. And so all three of those developments are now working simultaneously to maybe put money into a pot to do this all at once. Because South Point was kind of first, and then Morgan Tract was building off of South Point. But if something changes with South Point, and then Morgan Tract comes in, the Morgan Tract's gonna have to pick up what South Point didn't do. And so it's this kind of round table of, who goes first, who does this. So I think they're all working together currently on that. And so that's our MOUs that we're working with. So kind of a last bullet point on this is just working together for this. And the Hardyville contribution comes through with the local match for a 278 widening when that happens, because we can't use the word if. it's gotta be a win. So 278's gotta be widened, for this, all the stuff that's planned in the area to work.
Just for clarification.
Yep.
South Point was last.
Yep.
South Point came 2 years ago. Morgan and West Argent came 20 years ago.
I guess first as far as planning commission since I've been on this one. So, yeah.
I think closest to maybe starting something is
Well, West Argent's already been,
fair.
West Argent's been there for
Yep.
years. When it
Yeah,
started.
the folks we're talking to with this, then we're kind of newer to this.
I just wanna,
Yeah.
I just wanna get everything in its proper
That's right.
perspective.
Appreciate that. And that's pretty much what we have, so I just have an update. The draft report is in my hands for review. Dawn got that after a lot of hard work for me to review, so I'm gonna review that, get some comments, and then we should be circulating the draft next week, is the goal on that piece. And so I think those development teams will all have it, through the area, you all will have it, to review, comment, and then we can finalize it and present it to, I guess, a council meeting for formal adoption is what's typical for that. So, any questions or anything on this?
Could I get a hard copy of this presentation?
I'll just email it to you.
Paper copy.
We can print it out for you.
Okay, please,
Yeah.
please do.
Don't send it to us.
All right. It's much easier to sit and look at that than stare at my screen for hours.
All I have to say is, and obviously there's some concerns at certain points and, there's a lot of issues that we as a council are gonna have to grapple with. But the whole idea that A, we did this, B, you've taken a 20-year holistic view of the area is exactly, I compliment staff and you for doing this because this was greatly needed. Getting down to the day-to-day and trying to work through it, it's gonna be difficult, but you gotta start with a long-term vision, and I thank you.
I may not like what you presented today as far as what I see as a future, but you have done a lot of hard work, you and staff both, to get us to this point. The hard work's now, how do we make it work? That's where we're at now. I mean, this was an eye-opener.
No money, no honey.
Very much an eye-opener. But Val, the thing is whether we have the money or not,
I could go somewhere with that.
Sorry. This is it's coming. I mean, even without our development, 278's busier every year.
Yeah, and so that's like, we're in the Jasper County side in Hardyville, right? There's stuff going on in the Beaufort County side that still impacts what we are. So I know at the end, we focused on 3 developments around John Smith, but that's only one piece to the overall puzzle.
One thing do we consider, the light at Margaritaville and Hilton Head Lakes is controlled by Beaufort County.
That's right.
Will the light at Argent eventually be controlled by them and the one at New River?
More than likely.
Beaufort County has controlled the entire length of 278, is that right?
That's correct.
So they will go all the way to the 17 corridor
They
then?
most likely would. I would imagine they will.
They maintain it.
We better be nice to them then.
Yeah.
We have a good relationship with them. I mean, when we call them and we have issues, they're responsive.
Okay.
The timer's in the room, I think.
And they're to what Dylan said, in their sales tax referendum, they pick up 278 and the rest of the triangle at the county line.
Yes.
So, we're just talking about the Jasper County line. They're picking it up and
From there on.
170, all the way from 462, all the way around to the county line here is in their sales tax referendum.
Dylan, you're gonna have a lot to bring us next week at the workshop.
Yeah, that's
Dalton. Yeah.
Dylan and Dalton.
Yeah, we made it easy for y'all.
But it's good work.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank you.
We will get like a green light around what's the time?
So we covered that was 7 got included in
Yes.
and 6, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we looked at that stuff, yeah. And Mayor, I did also wanted to echo what Dylan said a couple of times, really, it's kind of rare that sometimes traffic engineers are as free with their information with others. And all three of these folks, Jennifer, Thomas and Hutton folks, and also Caitlin at Access, they were all very collaborative, and really, I don't think we'd have the product we do if it wasn't for them. So, I mean, really kudos to them, because everybody realizes if we want to get where we need to be, we gotta be on the same page and communicating. So but it's not always, doesn't always happen, so
No,
thank
that's good,
you to
and
them.
and I recognize, listen, since the day I came here, I've been pro-growth. And I recognize the property rights of landowners. But again, and it's been said here many times, we don't work for the developer, we work for the citizens. And, trying to balance, the right of the landowner and the safety of the public, it's tough. And what we come up with may not always make the developers happy. And that's, we're gonna have to try to, work together on that, because we're getting a lot of people saying, fix the roads, fix the infrastructure before you approve anything else. And to a degree, I agree with that statement, especially when we've already got 15,000 homes master planned in the pipeline. So, and that's gonna be an issue on all future master plans that come up, not just from me, but knowing from the rest of our council members who are all concerned about it. And I think everybody's gotta be patient with us and understand the pressures that, we're faced with, and we're trying to do the right thing, and doing it at the right amount of time. So I know, looking at the corner of my eye, I see Brandon and Katie grown a couple of times, and I understand that. But, we'll everybody's gotta stay civil and try to work through it, but it's gonna be tough times for everybody.
Yeah, we're asked to split the baby. I mean,
Sort of democracy.
that's what we're being asked to do. To balance this out between the rights of the landowners and the citizens that we hear from every day, it's gonna be extremely tough. We hear it now. But, I'm pro-growth too, but we have to be smart about it, because if we're not, somebody's gonna be paying a price for a long time.
Well, on that cheery note. Anything else, staff, any comments you'd like to add? Thank you all for your hard work and listening to us non-experts. Appreciate it. And, but it's a good step into getting it right, so thank you all.
I'll make a motion for adjournment.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We have a quorum,